Welcome to Old Trafford, the historic home of Manchester United, where the Red Devils legend has been forged across years of success. And it's here at the Theatre of Dreams where the eFootball Championship 2025 Manchester United finals will take place. It's also here where we'll find out which future legends emerge from the eFootball finalists here today, as they all aim to fulfill a dream of their own, to book a place in Japan this summer as they have the opportunity to be crowned as world champion. So come with me, follow me as we head inside to find out what's in store. Yes, hello, and a very warm welcome to you all to the eFootball 2025 Manchester United finals, coming to you live from the hallowed ground that is Old Trafford. This is the final round of Konami's open competition, which is sponsored by none other than the Red Devils themselves. I'm Summer Hunter, and speaking of Devils, I happen to have two right here next to me in our nice cozy little corner of Old Trafford, Harry Chan and Alex Halwathil. A nice living room space, the den from which we're going to be watching and analysing the games today. It's absolutely sensational. It's such a privilege to be here as well, isn't it, Harry?
Yeah, it's got such a special feel when you kind of come around the Old Trafford area. You get to see the stadium, the statues, so many titles, accolades here. And I think that will play on the minds of a lot of our competitors here today. We were here last year, it was fantastic. This year I think proves to be even better, at least it promises to be.
And perhaps on your mind as well, given that we're on your home turf.
I know, it's lovely to have you both here.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us out here to beautiful sunny Manchester.
Yeah, the north of England, friendly locals, everyone wants to have a chat. Where I'm from down south, no one will stop and give you the time of day. But up here, everyone's like, good morning, top of the morning. It's fantastic.
How about you? How you doing, Alex?
Doing great, Samra, Harry. A special place, special venue. I think there is no better place across the world to host such an important competition for the players, for the esports in eFootball ecosystem. So we are here, the players are ready, we are ready, and we can't wait to start for sure.
It certainly is a place that's steeped in legend and folklore and glory. There's so much to get excited about for today. Why don't we actually give you a quick recap as to how we actually ended up here, of course, because there were several rounds that were played in which these players, these finalists, had to qualify in order to actually ply their trade at Old Trafford. It all started on January 16th, and of course we're talking about 4 different regions across the globe. So just to quickly remind you what they are, we have Eastern Asia, Oceania and other areas, Western Asia, Europe and Africa, as well as the Americas. So how it's worked out is everyone's progressed through each one of these rounds, and then the 2 winners, one from mobile and one from console, well, they are here today in the club finals, and of course the winner will then go on to represent Manchester United at the World Finals this summer in Tokyo. So given the fact that we've had an offline competition already this season, and it's very different to the online format because we're here, we're live in the flesh, we get to see the players, speak to the players, watch very closely as well as we analyze everything that's happening. I mean, tell me a little bit about how you're feeling about this particular instance of yet another offline competition.
I always look forward to these offline events purely because us as commentators, we get the pleasure of feeding off the energy of the competitors. When it's being played online, we get to witness the skill, but we get to witness it kind of in cold blood. We get to witness the brilliance, but here we get to witness the brilliance alongside the emotion, whether it be positive, negative. We get to feed off that as commentators, and it feels really good, especially in such an amazing place like this.
Definitely. I think we need to be really appreciated the opportunity for players, for us to be on stage. I think the reality of esports is playing offline, face-to-face with your opponent, with the cameras, those lights, the speakers behind, yelling for your goals, feeling the real atmosphere, or it is being an esport competition. So let's see. I think we have to be really happy as a community to having this opportunity for the players. We want more. I'm sure we will have in the future way more stuff to going on, but let's focus on today. Big competition, big chance for be in the grand finals at Japan in July, but only one, Sembra Harry, only one will take the victory, either on mobile and console. So we'll see what's going on in a few minutes.
So as you said, Alex, It is a very special thing indeed to be able to play here in person and to vie for that sacred spot that could potentially see one of these players turn into the world champion in just a few months' time. But of course, that's not the only reason why these events are so special. A lot of it also has to do with the opportunity that we're able to give to these players to have a bit of a different and unique experience, especially when they get to come to a place like Manchester.
Eu sou o Guera, tenho 25 anos, sou brasileiro e represento a América. Treinei muito, me esforcei bastante para poder estar aqui hoje.
I'm Romy, I'm from Indonesia. I have to make the most for this opportunity.
Sou Clepa, sou de Portugal e venho representar a Europa e a África aqui no evento do Manchester United. Vou fazer todos os possíveis para voltar a Tóquio, que é o meu principal objetivo.
Meu nome é Rentao, sou brasileiro e estou representando as Américas. Vou fazer de tudo para defender meu título de campeão mundial.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อจางวาโกเยอพัฒน์มาจากประเทศไทยเป็นตัวแทนเอเชียเวสครับ
038 ゲーム日本出身です。eFootball プレイするということは、自分にとって、好きなフットボールを表現できる場ということもあるので、素晴らしいものだと思っています。
שלום, אני שי בוזנח, אני מייצג את ישראל, אני עליתי לתחרות הזאת מאזור מערב אסיה.
Espero poder conquistar um título.
Vou fazer o meu máximo, vou dar o meu melhor.
E é isso, vamos lá, vamos ser campeão.
So there you have it, a really nice introduction and presentation of our finalists here today at Old Trafford. Why don't we now go through each one of them one by one, and I'll let the guys here wax lyrical about all of them. We can see what it is that they all bring to the table for today. Why don't we start with mobile then? We can introduce you to our three finalists. We have Jamin from Thailand. He is the regional winner of Western Asia. We have Gu Games, who is a representative of Japan. He was the runner-up in Eastern Asia. And last but not least, from Brazil, Rentao, the America's regional runner-up. And if I'm not mistaken, he's also the reigning world champion. Am I correct in saying that, guys? Well, there you go. So why don't we go through the list here then, and we can start with the young gun, a real surprise, and potentially someone who could throw a big spanner in the works. 14 years old from Thailand, Jamin.
Yeah, Jamin, I think probably the youngest player we've seen hit this kind of level of competition. Someone that Alex knows quite well, so I'll be picking his brain throughout the commentary. But 14 years old, to come across the world, to be at this level already at his age is just phenomenal. He's in with a couple of really wily players here in this group. I think he will be really, really happy if he puts up a good showing here. This is not to discount him before a ball's even been kicked on the virtual pitch, but he has two very strong competitors alongside him. 14 years old though. It could be the stuff of miracles. We are in the theatre of dreams. Yeah. Dreams come true here.
Exactly. It does indeed. And I tell you what, it could even at the very least be a great learning experience for him, going up against such titans of the game from not too far away from him, actually from Japan, Gu.
Yeah, good games. This guy is coming for everything. Last year he was that close to become world champion. He lost the final against Rentao. That we will have today a potential rematch for that grand final.
Not a potential, we're going to have
We're going to
rematch.
have it, that's it, that's the point. This guy, 21 years old, is coming for everything. Last year he get into the world final winning the Internazionale Milan finals, and this time when I represent Manchester United, the finals, Harry Sembra, I think this guy have, as all the Japanese community, the potential to become champions. I mean, especially on mobile, he's missing the victory for Japan at the global stage. So maybe Gu is the guy who will be claiming the trophy in Tokyo at the end of the year. But first, he needs to win today. And what about the next one, Harry? Rentao. Oof.
Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that then? He's teed you up nicely there.
He has, and if you've been watching eFootball Mobile, you'll know that last year he won the grand final of the World Finals. He is the reigning world champion. Now, strangely enough, this is his debut at a club event finals. He qualified for the World Finals last year through the Open. So, will he do one better than last year? He already has one countryman in the World Finals qualified already, Juninho. He'll be hoping that he can join him, and he's in pursuit of greatness in terms of trying to achieve a back-to-back World Championship title. It's so difficult to win one, but to win two on the bounce, very tricky to do. It starts here, though, for Rentao.
And to do it in two very different, distinct ways, as you're saying as well. I mean, it certainly would be quite a statement, wouldn't it, if you were able to go the distance a second time and to do it in that fashion via the competition here today. Well, why don't we move on then to the console finalists very quickly. I'll read them out for you. We've got Guera from Brazil, somebody you already know, of course, multiple world champion. He is the regional winner of the Americas. Then we have from Israel, Shamil from the Western Asia region. He is the winner of that as well. Alex, of course, knows him by another name, as I'm sure a lot of you as well know him by another name. What is it?
Shebudna.
Shebudna.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go. Then we have from Portugal, Clapt. He is the regional winner of Europe and Africa. And last but not least for you, Romy, who is from Indonesia. He is the regional winner of Eastern Asia. And why don't we go ahead and go through the list once more then, Guera. I know both of you can speak at length about him. We know him quite well. He's been a present figure over the years. What is it that you think he can do this time around this season?
In my opinion, this is probably the strongest player within our club event finals that we have here in Manchester. I mean, his accolades speak for themselves. Two-time world champion, once on 1v1, once on co-op. Recently, he's been on national duty for Brazil, got a silver medal at the World Cup back in December. So he's looking sharp recently. I think Guera is one of those players. He is back. He's probably chasing the top two. There's definitely two eFootball players that are considered battling for the greatest of all time. In my opinion, this is number 3 with a world title this year. Could propel himself further up that list.
Yeah, I see myself with Guera as historically in my personal ranking like the third best in the history behind Uzmakaville and Torito. And he's looking for why not be the first one ever to win a world championship in PES and in football. And he's chasing that. Harry, we've seen he's trying and trying. Last year was a tough year for him. At the end of the day, he's back. Just one tournament ahead to be at the World Finals, and we all know how competitive is this guy, and still already 25. It is amazing. He became world champion with 17 years old.
In his prime.
He won the biggest one, the 200 grams world championship back in 2017, and this guy is unbelievable. Let's see if his game style suits to Manchester United in game. That will be the topic of the day for sure.
Okay, well, let's see if it does suit him, because potentially he could then go on to do what you guys are talking about, become the first ever player in history to win the double. That certainly would be quite something indeed, wouldn't it? Well, let's talk about your man from Israel, what was it?
Shebudna, this guy. It feels great because at the same time we were seeing Guera with a long trajectory. This guy is the same, but especially him, first time having an appearance at the global stage here at the Manchester United final. Last year, his country made a great job here as well. But this time, he coming with the underdog position, which it makes you more difficult against the rest because, he's not the favorite. The rest, all the eyes will be for Guera, Harry. You know pretty well that this guy, especially with his 4-3-3 tactic, I believe he has practiced a lot. I believe he will be, a stone in the way for the rest of the players in this group. But all of them have a lot of chances to go through the finals, and then the final will sell who's going to be the Manchester United representative.
And next, the finalist who has had to travel the least, just across the way from Portugal, Clapt. What can you tell us about him?
bad of a travel day for him down there in the Iberian Peninsula. Yeah, we're looking at Clapt as someone that's trying to make a repeat World Finals appearance. Was at the World Finals last year. If memory serves, I think he was unfortunate to be knocked out in the group stages there. He would love to put Portugal back on the eFootball map. You can see here his accolades. For me, it's so impressive when you've begun your career in 2020. Within 4-5 years, you're already appearing at a World Finals in an esport like this. It's difficult to do. And the fact he's in contention here at Old Trafford to try and make it back-to-back World Finals appearances, I think Clapt could be one of those again that will be a tricky match for everyone here.
Definitely.
Well, a country that is very well placed on the eFootball map, Indonesia. Romy is a representative, the latest representative of a country that really is such a hotbed of talent. What can you tell us about him?
I saw interest in this guy. I was competing against him a year ago. I think all the eyes on Indonesian communities are across Rizky Faidan, Elga, and Akbar Paudi. But there is like a list of 3-4 players, Romy, Elul, Baim. These guys are potential world champions as well. The level of the Indonesian community is so high, and that's what Romy's proving it. Like through the online qualifier, beating everyone on the region, being here at Manchester United finals. Just 26 years old, he's a professional player there, back then in Indonesia, and you will see he has prepared something, the training, in terms of tactics, I'm sure will surprise us during the competition. Let's see if that's enough to win today. But, you know, it's so interesting, Romy. I think the way they can play different tactics, different formation, and I think he's prepared. He's focused, just having his time. He was reflecting to me, Harry Senra. He's so relaxed. Like, Alex, it's not already necessary to spend all the energy, step by step, game by game. So we'll see.
One thing's for sure, though, Alex and Semra, we will, on the console side of things, have a new nation qualifying for the World Finals.
Right.
So far, 2 out of 2 have been from Japan. We have no Japanese players here on console, so we're going to have a new nation in the mix.
It could indeed. Certainly exciting times ahead. There's no question about that. Why don't we run you through the fixture list then? Which matches are actually going to be played out right here on the main stage, which is just across the way from us. We're in a very privileged position indeed, being able to watch these matches up close and so personal today. Well, just for you all to be aware of what is going to be taking place and when. Make note of this, guys. Up first, we have on mobile, it's going to be Jamin against Gu Games. Jamin's going to be in the mix again, back-to-back for him. He's going to be taking on Rentao in that second fixture. Then we switch over to console, where Guera is going to be lining up against Romy, of course, virtually. Then we've got the second console game for you that you'll be able to see, Shamil Buzi against Clapt. We head back over to mobile once more for Gu Games against Rentao. And then last but not least for you, in the group stage, we have on consoles Shamil Buzi, who will be taking on Romy. So, of course, this first matchup, though, is a really tasty one indeed. On paper, you could say it's very uneven, unbalanced. It's David versus Goliath. It's the young bloods in the Thai man against someone who is obviously very well established in this eFootball world. What can we expect then?
I mean, listen, for a 14-year-old to come all the way to Old Trafford and to have to play the first 2 games back-to-back against the second-ranked player in the world last year who lost the grand final, and then immediately afterwards, the guy who beat him, the reigning world champion, that's about as tough as it gets.
It's the perfect story.
It's a baptism of fire, isn't it, though, in a way?
It's unbelievable. I mean, I remind my first time competing abroad my country. I was freezing, I was so nervous, and I think he will feel some similar feelings, no? I mean, you mentioned before, no, Gu Games and Rentao are probably 2 biggest cards, 2 biggest names across the mobile platforms, so he knows what it is be at the stage, so that's an advantage in front of the young guy from Thailand, which we don't know what to expect, because just himself will be the one having, you know, the control.
Yeah, I think just quickly, Semra, 2 other games that stand out, of course, that third mobile game, a rematch of the World Finals, as you guys spoke about earlier, and then the other one that stands out for me is the first console game, Guera versus Romy. I mean, those are 2 nations
really tactical
that
game, I see, between these 2.
They've had butted heads in the past, so very much looking forward to those games in particular, but every single match today should be fantastic.
Starting your first game with a victory, we always say, is a huge statement into the group stage, so we'll see. we're almost ready for the first competitor of the day.
We're almost ready indeed, so just enough time for you. Since we're in England, why don't you go ahead and grab a cuppa, and if you want even some popcorn, you can pop yourself up on the sofa like my two wingmen here.
Look at that,
and, and get yourselves ready for a fine afternoon of eventfulness here from Old Trafford. We do very quickly, however, want to remind you, a friendly reminder as ever, that you have the opportunity to get your hand on some very valuable points, 500 eFootball points. The way you can do so is just by clicking in the viewing campaign banner, which is displayed now in-game. So don't miss out. Bag those points as quickly as you possibly can. And guess what, guys? Great news, there's still more for you to win. We have another competition that's going on for you, just for you guys at home. You have the opportunity to win a signed Manchester United shirt. I don't know what Harry is pointing to, but he's pointing to something important, I imagine.
Right there, look.
Scan your code right now.
Oh, there you go, on the top right corner of the screen. I missed that. Well pointed. Well done, Harry. So there you have it. The way you can do so is by scanning the QR code, or you can actually head over to the competition's website directly, and you can throw your hat in the ring and see if you're the lucky winner of that very valuable prize indeed. Well, of course, we want you to stay up on all the latest news and action, everything as it unfolds. The place to do so is not just on the website, but of course across all of our social media platforms. Is it down there on the banner on the below? Harry, can you point to that for us on the bottom of the screen? Not yet? Okay, well, usually it pops up on the bottom of the screen, but in any case, we will get it for you in a moment, but you know where to find us on all of our different social media platforms. Right, guys, why don't we get down to business then? I think the players, hopefully we get a sneak peek of how they are. Oh, there it is, there it is. Thank you very much. Well, I think the players are in the tunnel. They're getting ready. I was told potentially we could have a sneak peek as to how they are just moments ahead of, there they are, yes. It's kind of hard to read the body language, isn't it? They both look very serious, both of them looking at their phone. I imagine it's just nerves. I mean, Alex, you've got to tell us what it's like.
It's always tough to open the competition, no? It's like having no game before, just to, to relieve some nerves, to see how it's going on for your competitors, opponents. I mean, it's always tough, especially, we are gamers. We love to be sit in your comfort zone, being here.
In your private little bubble world,
that's it.
Right?
Right there, stand, waiting the call. I mean, that's not for us. So we'll see how they handle those situations.
Okay, well, let's not prolong the misery of just standing and waiting in the tunnel any longer. Then let's go ahead and get them into action. So why don't you help me in putting it up for our first match of the day, the curtain raiser. It's going to be Jamin against Goo Games.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อจามวันพงษ์เยาวพัฒน์มาจากประเทศไทยเป็นตัวแทนเอเชียเวสครับโอทัฟฟอร์ดเป็นสนามที่ผมใฝ่ฝันมาตั้งแต่เด็ก
こんにちはグー038ゲームス日本出身です私にとってこのマンチェスターユナイテッドという歴史的なクラブの代表の座をかけて戦えるということをすごく誇りに思っています
ผมอยากชนะครับจะทำให้เต็มที่อยากชนะไฟนอลแล้วก็ไปที่โตเกียวครับรู้สึกสนุกครับแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นแล้วก็ผมชอบการแข่งขันโดยใช้เกม eFootball มากครับ
ここでまず優勝して、7月に東京でワールドファイナルを戦うことができたらなって思ってます自信あります
การเล่น eFootball ไม่ใช่เป็นแค่การเล่นเกมอย่างเดียวมันสามารถหารายได้ได้แล้วมันก็ทำให้ผมมาที่โอทัฟฟอร์ดได้ครับรู้สึกสนุกครับแล้วก็
自分自身が日本に住んでるということで東京に行くことにその特別なことは感じてないですけど、やっぱりワールドファイナルに行きたいという気持ちは強いので楽しみではありますいやeFootballプレイするということは、自分にとって、好きなフットボールを表現できる場ということもあるので、素晴らしいものだと思っています
ชอบเล่นหลัง5ครับแล้วก็รับแล้วรอโต้แล้วก็ใช้สกิลดับเบิลทัชในการหาช่องยิงครับผมคิดว่าเลนเปาครับผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
マンチェスターユナイテッドのお気に入りの選手はクリスティアン・エリクセン選手です、私自身この1週間後に誕生日を迎えるのでしっかり優勝してワールドファイナルの切符という最高のプレゼントを自分に贈れたらなって思っています
Of the tunnel they come. Our first two players here at the Manchester United Club Event Finals, ready to take their seats and get into the match lobby. Alex, what a curtain raiser we have here. What a story. That man, 14 years of age, all the way from Thailand, won the Western Asian region qualification route to get to this point, which is a tough region. What can we expect from Jammon this club event finals? Because he's got two really strong players in the group with him. He has to hit the ground running here, surely, to give himself a chance.
Now let's see how is his mindset, Harry. This guy, good games, experience, maybe mindset to once again be at the World Finals, have that rematch later on against Rentao. But now this first game, Jammon, this guy 14 years old from Thailand, is not that young enough. He's been competing in the national competition back then in Thailand. He's pro player on eFootball. His brother, Chomkata, was at the World Finals last year. So it doesn't come like a surprise having Jammon at this stage. His brother is so good, and probably John brothers can climb to the top, you know, those things. So I mean, that's an advantage, you know. I always say, you know, in terms of esports competition, having at your home someone to play with every single day at every single moment is an extra, and I'm sure they do most of the times. Harry, I'm so hyped. First game of the day, first game of the competition, great match. Because at this level, Harry, there's no bad players. All they are really, really good.
They are indeed, and one of the very best sits opposite the man we were just speaking about, Rei Noguchi, aka Gu038 Games. Last year was a bit of a heartbreaker for him. Won the Inter-Club Event Finals, was the furthest club event finalist at the World Finals, got all the way to the Grand Final, and fell at the very last hurdle. The very last game of the season, was one game away from becoming world champion. How hard is it to pick yourself back up from putting in that much effort, going that far, and then just sadly it not being enough at the end?
Now, at the end of the day, if they have, after all the club event, the regional finals online, they knows being here, securing the spot at the World Finals today is a massive point in their career, in their chances for this 2025 world title. So let's see. I mean, I'm not the guy that I will expect to wait till the last chance, regionals online with all the pressure. Look at that. You are here representing your region, having the chance to be in Japan at the World Finals. Let's see if Good Games have that extra that missed it at the World Finals against Rentao. Or in the other case, if Jammon have something to say, because it doesn't seem to be that nerves, you know, for the moment from this view we are getting from our side. Harry.
It's going to be great, I think, to see exactly what Jammon brings to the table, because, again, the narrative that we have from the outside, as I see you're looking at something there, Alex, is that he's 14 years old, coming across the world. It's you know, a little bit scary, but I think you're right. I think he probably relishes this opportunity.
No, definitely, and especially in such regions like Thailand, Japan, Indonesia, Brazil, they're having more competition during the year that they make better and better their players to reach this stage, the official circuit of esports of Konami, the eFootball Championship, to show up everyone how good they are. Look at this tactics, which is what we want. As we see on the left-hand side, is in Thailand with 5 center-backs.
Yeah, and that's interesting, because on the other side, Good Games last year famously had that 5 at the back, but played such an attacking style with that seemingly defensive formation. Is this maybe Jammon trying to go kind of like for like against his Japanese counterpart here?
I mean, I don't like to say that much, but especially for this kind of format, tournament of 4 players, being with that 5 center-back formation could be a chance, especially approaching those run from the left back right back to join the attack, looking for maybe those crosses, approaching Joshua Sixi, could be the man, no, to make those header. We'll see. We've seen in previous competition that Thailand are really famous using that 5 center-back formation. Not that usual in the rest of the world, let's say. But in the other side, we see Good Games having done 2v1 action on the right winger. to make advantage, maybe to find those solution. And so yeah, we'll see. No, quick counter. And just to mention, no, Amorim, no, the coach Ruben Amorim, which is their best game style is out wide. But even with that, they want to have less stat, less overall ratings, and keep playing quick counter, which is the more useful, let's say, meta play style. So Harry, on you, first game of the day, we start mobile platform, game 1.
Just moments from kickoff. And we're underway at Old Trafford. Match number 1 of the eFootball Championship 2025 Manchester United Club Event Finals. It will be U games here in the changed, darkened Manchester United strip. The more traditional red shirt, white shorts, black socks will be for the young man from Thailand, 14 years old.
That is one of the key. This guy, Casemiro.
Whoa.
And now it's Rasmus Højlund and Joshua Sixer.
Offside, sadly.
So it's really important to take the cursor of Casemiro and run back to block those passing lines, because that anchor man is the heart of this Manchester United. So we'll see which of these two can take the lead, Harry, because it will be a massive advantage at the start of the game.
Well, for Jamon, it's been a very, very healthy start to the game. Luke Shaw far side with that stunning cross.
Stunning Shaw was at the end. Misclick a little bit from Jarman.
The save with the feet clears it up the pitch, and for Gu, in the opening 15 in-game minutes, it's been, well, one-way traffic, and he's been on the wrong side of it. Christian Eriksen tries to break the lines, but Casemiro there. Here's Bruno Fernandes into... Can't get his strike away, can't get the ball under a spell, but Bruno!
Yes! He's in.
Bruno scores! And Jamon is into the lead. 20 in-game minutes. And the 14-year-old strikes first.
Great pressure from the very beginning, Harry. He tried once and twice, and it was that rebound that Guggen having a hard time to clear that ball. And great finishing, stunning shot by Bruno Fernandes, putting it into the net. We saw, especially Man United with Luke Shaw, with those runs, offensive left back and right back for Jammer. And great second shot putting into the net. It is what it is. 1-0 for Thailand, 1-0 for Jammer.
1-0 to Jamon, as you said. Gu games, I think he would have felt quite frustrated for those opening 20 minutes. Hadn't really had a touch of the ball other than trying to clear it up the pitch. Now his chance to attack. Luke Shaw near side, looks for the head of Højlund, can't find it.
Especially as we are going to see, it's really difficult to control the wingers and the fullbacks to those run. Oh, the fake shot, Højlund!
Oh, he gets it away! And it sneaks in the inside of the near post to double the advantage now.
Harry, I don't know if I'm watching Jamor or Chonkata. You know, these brothers are unbelievable. 2-0 for the young guy from Thailand. Lovely fake shot before they receive the ball and quickly kicking the ball, putting it into the net. Nothing for Onana, no. 2 goals up, and he's the reigning runner-up of the World Finals. 2 goals down right after the start of the match.
We said it doesn't get more difficult an opener than the first 2 games to open the stream against last year's runner-up, and then following that, last year's world champion. So far, Jamon seems absolutely unfazed. 2-0 in about 25-30 in-game minutes.
When I have to say, especially on mobile, when you got the skill, researching the mechanics on how to build up your play, it's like a chess game, no? And the tactical is working perfectly for Jamon. There's no nerves, their timings on their action is perfect. So Guggen has to change something, avoid those mistakes, and find solution through those 5 center backs that for the moment seems working perfectly for the young guy.
Seems to be lots of missed inputs here for Gu Games. Can't seem to get the ball under his spell. Has had one attack down this near side. It was with Luke Shaw able to get the cross in, but since then,
another
it
mistake.
just has been mistake after mistake. Xerxes holds the ball up really well now for Jamon, and his experience as, well, just a 14-year-old playing at the highest level for a long time knows he can recycle possession. This one will be a corner for him. This first half, Alex.
No, it's completely shocking.
Traffic.
It's completely shocking. Good games when he's building up his play, has no option, have no solution, have no line to go through, and he's actually thinking what to do. But you know what, Harry? You are losing and time is running. So there's no time to think about it. And now corner kick for Jammern. We'll see who's gonna take it. Maybe Bruno. Luke Shaw, left foot. Makes sense. Looking for the effect to the first post.
Well, what tricks does
Gu Games play on red
and Luke Shaw have
double blue for Jammern
on the near side?
Too short.
Bruno to recycle on the, what's that, quarter volley by the end. Casemiro now to try and break for Gu.
Nice
Diallo
one.
down to Luke Shaw near side. Look at the green grass he has to run into here. Probably needs to find a teammate though. Tries to find Joshua Xerxes arriving, but too early.
He was overthinking a little bit. If shot, pass, cross.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
One more, Harry.
2 minutes added on at the end of the first half. I think the problem we're seeing from Gu so far is he's got Harry Maguire, I think, playing towards that right back position. Very defensive player, but doesn't give too much pace going forward. So
yeah,
in the end of the first half, Alex, Jamon 2, Gu Games 0.
To be honest, no one was expecting this situation right after the first half. We just have seen one player into the game now, which is Jammon, completely dominating the match, scoring his 2 real great chances he have created. After that, yes, controlling the game. That corner kick mistake, it was the only chance, the real one for Gu Games that wasn't that confident. Will Luke Shaw into the box. We'll see. More control for Jammon, just protecting the central lines, accumulating more, especially Casemiro and Bruno Fernandes. And I will see Maino maybe. No, he's still mixed information. Same one for Gu Games, confident. It is the same topic as always, Harry. It's like you have your formation. He has qualified to this stage with that formation. Why change? But you know, being here, different kind of opponent, the vibes are different.
Well, as the second half is now underway, it's always fascinating to watch the players on their team lineup screens to see exactly what plans they have, what their thought process is. If you are just joining us, this is match number 1 of the club event finals. The winner of both the mobile and console competitions will find themselves in Japan in July, competing for a world title. So far, the 14-year-old Jamon of Thailand is looking very comfortable here, holds a 2-0 lead over Gu Games, who's in possession now, attacking this right-hand goal.
Even the best player, Harry, has missing that patience. No, when you are 2 goals down, you want to make everything perfect and too fast, and you are missing those timings to get advantage, which is now trying again. Jamon, the passing, Kobe Maino, Max to boss, Holland.
Oh, good step up defensively there. This is better though. First
look at the
real
superiority.
positive.
When he's building up, there is no chance for Gu Games. Now, yes.
I was about to say the first real positive spell we saw from Gu Games in this game, and there's a pause queued up as we have crossed over the hour mark. That typically in the game is when the super subs come into play.
I have the feel that Gu Games has nothing to do against Jamon tactically in this match. So we'll see if something changed in the last part of the game. Gu needs a goal as soon as possible. But it's Jamon controlling the ball, playing back and forth, desesperating a little bit the Japanese. Eriksen for Maino, Harry. No, this time Bruno reading the game so well, but that clear? We'll see. Is Gu Games trying something.
One back though. And that will just relieve the pressure for now. That's a nice win back for Gu Games. Now a chance.
That could be the
one. Diallo,
yes!
Oh, he does get this goal.
We have a match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not over.
He gets one back. 15 minutes from full time. And it halves the deficit now for Gu. And for Jamon, will it be enough for him to hold on here? 15 minutes to go. And after this goal from Gu-san, we have a match on our hands.
It doesn't seem to be the right spot for Amad Diallo to finish that chance, but great shot, putting it into the net, and is now finally Gu Games finding his rhythm, his way of play. Just gone goal down, and Harry, at this stage, a draw is a massive chance for Gu Games to get into the grand final later on today.
Back to the team lineup screens. And we saw the reaction from Gu. Did you see it, Alex? In the big breath out. It was a bit more of a, I've arrived here at Old Trafford. He
was having a hard time during the whole match. So, I mean, yeah. Finally, when you see first goal, it's like, all right, I'm in the good path to reach my goal today. We see like almost mirror formation, I will say, unless for the 5 center back for Gu-san, for Gu Games.
It's fun for Damon. I saw him toying with this formation earlier and instead decided against the 2 defensive midfielders. Thought maybe that was a bit too negative for himself, I can assume. But now he is going for it. I think that's wise with 15 minutes to go. The timer ticks really fast here on mobile.
Still time, still like action for 3 more. Action, 2 or 3. Jamon just was clearing the ball as soon as possible. That from one side it's positive, Harry, but at the same time you're giving the ball too quickly to your opponent. You need to combine a little bit each time he regained the ball. We'll see. Nothing is already decided in this game 1. For the ones rooting for these players, I assume you are really nervous back then at home. We'll see who'll take the first 3 points of the competition.
Well, we're 15 in-game minutes from finding that out. Gu with a late goal here. Timer is not on his side. However, that goal gives him a bit of a safe, I don't want to say safety net, but definitely gives him a chance at a comeback. Can Jamon hold on? That is a loose ball. And I think we'll see pretty much this for the rest of the game from Jamon. Get the ball up the pitch as much as you can. Let Mason Mount, who's fresh on the pitch, try and charge down the ball, play some territory. But here is another clearance. It will be all Gu Games from now on.
Especially Jamon has protected that central zone with 2 midfielders. Now could be a nice one. Is Dalot looking for the cross?
Sexy save! Saved! Saved in the 88th minute.
And there's time for more, Harry.
1 or 2 more chances here for Gu-san.
Dalot again.
Far side, back towards Mano. And this will be the last chance of the game. Will we see an equaliser? Dalot, far side. The referee blows his whistle. And the 14-year-old Jamon gets his first 3 points in this 3-man group. That could be very telling come the end of group play. That is a fantastic result. And our winner is from Thailand. Jamon securing 3 valuable points. 2 first-half goals were enough to see off last year's runner-up of the World Finals.
Amazing, eh? I want to say incredibly amazing. This guy shocking everyone that early lead, 2 goals up, and showing the world why he is here. Let's replay the goals, the action, that run clear from Gu Games and Bruno Fernandes, making it easy, taking the lead, relieving some nerves, some stress. And after that was a completely domination by Jamon at the first half. Look at that. Woof. I made it, you know.
I mean, those opening 20 minutes were about as dominant as we've seen from an eFootball mobile match. I don't think Gu really touched the ball in the first half an hour even.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
We had that one chance down the near side with Luke Shaw that, off memory, was the only one that he had going forward before he found himself 2-0 down. I think that will be a difficult pill for him to swallow, knowing now that he's surrendered 3 points to one of the opposition in this group.
From Gu Games. You know, I think I have the same vibes every single time playing on mobile. Is tactically a great important, like being the one with the right formation against the right opponent is had a great impact into your game, your performance. Good games probably against Rentao have more solution, let's say. And at the end of the day, tough situation for Good Games. Needs to win yes or yes the last match against Rentao to be into the grand final. So yeah, pretty interesting how this start of the mobile platform has established at the moment, with that first 3 points for Thailand.
Very, very big 3 points for the 14-year-old looking to make some history here. He's already made history as one of the youngest, if not the youngest, club event finalist in this format. He's now got 3 points on the board.
You asked Harry what to expect from him because we didn't really know, did we? And he's turned out to come out swinging, and he could potentially be a giant slayer by the end of the day. He's already taken one down, and now in a few minutes he has the opportunity to take down a second one. I mean, it really would be quite some feat.
But let me tell you, Samran, sorry to interrupt you mid-flow,
No,
but I
please.
have to say I love it when players come in and put a performance in that. Because before in the pre-game, remember we were saying, this is as tough as it gets. It's a trial by fire, almost counting him out before the game even starts. To go out put a performance like that, that's very impressive.
Fearless, kept his
indeed.
composure.
No, he had
plenty
the courage
of confidence
to be in front of the
and
opponent.
courage,
Yeah, definitely. It's proving that he's have experience already at the offline competition, where in mobile, especially at the global stage, even, it's a new platform for competing across the world. We are doing esports for the last 3-4 years, just only that. So we're missing having that profile like we have on console with 10 years experience. So look at that, appearing a guy for 14 years old, smashing everyone. We'll see if everyone or just Good Games today.
I mean, obviously coming into it without any real background, without anybody really knowing what to expect from him, I suppose in a way really does play to his advantage. I mean, we'll see if he can keep that up in the second match, but at least in the first one, the way that he came out, not just with that ability to say, I'm going to go for the game and draw first bloods, but really it turned out to be a 1-2 punch within 7 in-minutes games, 7 in-game minutes. I always get that backwards, I don't know why.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, whenever his opponent, Gu, pulled one back, he still managed to keep his control, his composure, his calm, because, like you guys said, it was game on. There was an actual match. There was competition still to be played, and yet he didn't let that get into his mind, didn't get into his way, didn't affect his performance at all. So it's really, really quite impressive stuff then from the 14-year-old. We'll see then how he does fare against someone who potentially could be even more difficult then. But nonetheless, let's take a quick look and analyze what we've got here in the two groups for console and for mobile. As it stands,
Some
it's Romy
interesting
with,
things,
a very big win by the looks of it, right? 5-2 against Guera. I mean, I'm not sure that any of us saw that coming, right? Am I reading that right?
Romy beating Klapet by 4 goals. It was a massive score. No, I think Klapet, all we know how good he is. I was figuring out if his tiki-taka gameplay is potentially able to perform with Manchester United, and Guera as well taking 3 points versus Shamil. Great stuff for both. I mean, it's not decided, it's just the first game, but no surprises on see Romy, the Indonesian guy, and Guera back on great level, Harris,
Those two look to be on a collision course in terms of them being the strongest we have to offer here at Old Trafford. But that is, as you said, just the first heat, the first round of games in the console. We've got them running concurrently alongside the mobile matches, and we'll dip into the console group a bit later. But yeah, I think that the big surprise is that goal difference so far from Romy. He looks to be in fine form.
Thanks for sorting me out there. I clearly read that one wrong. Nonetheless, all right, guys, what do you think very quickly we can expect from this next one against Rentao?
I am no longer counting out Jamon. At this point, I think he's one of the favourites. Because
who can say he's not the favourite now?
Yeah, we can't count him out based on his age, experience, because he's just proven and upset the pecking order in that last one we've seen. I think this could be blockbuster stuff coming up on the stage.
Yeah, it's more about tactically to see if his formation can be that painful for Rentao too, or in this case Rentao has something different that Gu hasn't, to block the attempt from the side that for the moment is showing up for Jamon, which is impressive so far.
So adaptability could be the name of the game then. Let's
That's it.
find out.
That's it.
So it's Jamon against Rentao. Let's go ahead and see if we can get a sneak preview as to how they are currently feeling as they make their way out onto the main stage. I'd love to get a sense, especially of Jamon in particular, to see how he's currently feeling in between these two games that he has here. I imagine he's probably still laser focused as he gets ready to go to blows with a heavy hitter from Brazil. I guess we can't see them, but nonetheless, let's go ahead and get ready for this next match then between the Thai man, who is having a great day thus far, Jamon, and Rentao.
ผมชื่อจางวันพงษ์เหยื่อพัฒน์มาจากประเทศไทยเป็นตัวแทนเอเชียเวสครับโอทัฟฟอร์ดเป็นสนามที่ผมใฝ่ฝันมาตั้งแต่เด็ก
Meu nome é Rentão, sou brasileiro e estou representando as Américas. Então eu tenho certeza que vou fazer o máximo, vou dar o máximo aí para realizar esse sonho, né, de representar o Manchester United e a gente conseguir voltar, né, ao Japão mais uma vez.
ผมอยากชนะครับจะทำให้เต็มที่อยากชนะไฟนอลแล้วก็ไปที่โตเกียวครับรู้สึกสนุกครับแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นแล้วก็ผมชอบการแข่งขันโดยใช้เกม eFootball มากครับ
Eu espero realmente, né, disputar de novo, né, o título mundial, mas não só disputar, mas eu também espero vencer novamente. É o meu sonho se tornar o maior jogador de futebol mobile por todo mundo, né? Então essa que é a minha expectativa e eu espero conseguir, né, cumprir esse meu sonho.
ชอบเล่นหลัง5ครับแล้วก็รับแล้วรอโต้แล้วก็ใช้สกิลดับเบิลทัชในการหาช่องยิงครับผมคิดว่าเลนเปาครับผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
Eu penso que vai ser o Guera, o Guera que chegou na final do Mundial ano passado contra mim e eu tenho certeza que ele também quer me vencer na final, mas eu espero que seja ele talvez, né? Se não for ele tudo bem também, mas eu espero conseguir sair com esse título. Mandar a mensagem para a torcida, para os brasileiros, né, que estão me acompanhando, que a gente vai fazer de tudo, a gente vai dar de tudo, vamos representar nosso país muito bem. E eu tenho certeza que vocês vão estar torcendo por mim e pelo Guera também. Então vamos para cima, vamos com tudo. E é isso, vamos lá, vamos ser campeão.
Tunnel and the handshake is done and dusted, about to get down to business. One of them has already done the business on this stage, Alex. We just saw Jamon get his first 3 points on the board, but this season it's our first chance, our first opportunity, which is strange to say after 2 club events already, to see the reigning world champion in action. That is, of course, Rentao. That will be Jamon's opponent here in the second match of our stream. Let's talk about Rentao, because since winning the World Finals last July in Tokyo, I'm sure all that has been on his mind is getting back to Japan, getting back to Tokyo, and getting his hands on another world title.
Definitely, Rentao is a competitor, no? The reigning world champ. Sometimes you can hear that it's easy to reach the glory, but to maintain the level to be as a world champion more times or other times, that will be possible for Rentao. I think that's the goal, no? I think it's not easy to achieve what he achieved last year. A dream come true, become a world champ, then back in Tokyo, Japan. It's a perfect scenario, this match. It's a potential final. The reigning world champ versus the future of eFootball mobile across the world, no? 14 years old, teenagers, Jamon, brother of Chomkata, rising star for that Thailand community, raising up with super great talent so far in console and mobile. And this opportunity is huge for the esports ecosystem. Jamon, which with a potential draw, will almost say putting him into the grand final. And Rentao is making his debut. Let's see if that affects a little bit Harry to not to came from play the first game, what it was from Jamon. I don't know. This guy is so good. I think he knows what to do at this level of competition. But we'll see. The happiness of Rentao, or the seriousness of Jamon.
It's great to see the smile, isn't it, from Rentao?
He's always smiling, this guy.
He's always smiling. It's been really fun to follow his journey since winning the World Finals last year. Of course, I follow him on socials, get to observe him from a distance. The amount of award shows he's been to in Brazil, where he's
Player of the Year of eSport in Brazil. That's crazy.
Unbelievable. So really fun to watch his journey and just see that smile, that personality. And we speak so often about the future of eFootball mobile because, as you said, very young as an esport. So when you consider, who's the greatest of all time of eFootball mobile? Right now, that is a very small sample size. So you're looking for who has the most world titles. Okay, well, I don't think we've had back-to-back world titles yet. So if Rentao's able to do it, that's a big accolade and gives you pretty much greatest of all time so far status. Yeah. On the other side for Jamon, of course, 14 years old. If you win a title at 14 years old.
Nah. That's at the level of Rito back in the days when he was world champion with 13, but obviously in mobile no one has done something close to that scenario, So we'll see, Brazil is a country of Thailand, one of the two stronger countries in terms of eFootball, mobile, console. Brazil, they already have Juninho at the World Finals. We see Rentao yelling, "Vamos!" to motivate himself before the grand match because he needs to win. A lose will force him to have a great final match to qualify against Good Game. So time is now.
The time is now. We talk no further other than about the game. It is match number 2, and it is Jamon in the home strip once more.
Great.
And once more trying to put the pedal to the metal here against his opponent. We will have Rentao in possession now in the United Chain strip, and in the home strip, of course, the man from Thailand.
Nice recovery. Kobe Maino, showtime card. This box-to-box game style for Kobe Maino, it makes him so interesting for that midfielder. We'll see. I think in terms of tactic, Rentao with that 4-4-2 is a great option to stop those runs for the fullbacks of Jamon. Different formation, but could be a really nice one where we are adjusting some lights that could disturb the players to focus into the phone. Even if you are looking to the phone, Harry, that you look down a little bit, but those lights, when you play at home, you don't have those problems, let's say, but here, offline, is a different story. Here we go.
Here we go indeed, you're right. It's one thing getting it done at home, playing in your comfortable environment, but when you're here across the world with the lights on, sometimes you've got to ask those lights to be dimmed just slightly, and that's the experience of the world champion.
But you know
knows what he can ask for.
When you have nerves, I think everything is boring you know what I mean? The lights, the chair. Well, we'll see who can take the initiative in this match. Now, quickly, Casemiro regaining the ball for Jamon, connecting with Holland. He said that's 1-2 positive run. But great back run by Rentao, which is now looking for Bruno Fernandes, and his two wingers completely open to connect those long passes, and that will make Jamon to feel a little bit uncomfortable because Kobe Maino needs to run so far to his actual position to cover the passes. Great plans, mindset for Rentao in this start of the main.
Well, this time in match number 1, by this point,
no rush,
Jamon had himself a goal already. The world champion, though, slowing the pace down, playing those crossfield passes, really spreading the formation of the young Thailand individual here.
Yeah, it's all about to move the defender so your opponent creates new spaces, and when you found out that, go for the goal. When it's now the chance, Jamon, who is finding those passes in a wonderful way. Kobe Maino getting some time once again. Leaving behind Casemiro. That could be a chance. Rentao. At this time, and strong to Joros. No! Oh my goodness.
Maino's still giving chase as well.
Yeah, failing with those matchup. Jamon.
Well, 10 minutes to go until half-time, and again, by this point in match number 1, Jamon had 2 goals to his name, so this will be New waters for him here.
mistake, eh?
Casemiro wins the ball back up here for the world champion. Bruno Fernandes tries to feed through to Højlund. It goes through to him. Actually, he gets his strike away. And the world champion, he strikes first. It's Rentao into the lead.
And it's Rasmus Højlund catching that, let's say, mistake to not to clear the ball, because German has regained the ball, but wasn't able to clear it or to make a pass. And the smarter guy on the server, Rentao, regaining that ball, putting it into the net, and
he was always alive. He was always alive to it, wasn't he? The fact that if he gets the input away, there's a chance this finds its way into the back of the net, even though he didn't have full control of it.
People will say lucky, but he was looking for that lucky. He was pushing to force your opponent to have those mistakes. He said clearly, this is how it's played in football. So, well, we'll see. The competition will ask him for more, but great start so far on his competition, leading one goal up, before the halftime, Harry. And well, different scenario now for the young German. We need to step up into the game.
And look at this. Rentao having the pause after the goal. Just taking a moment to steady himself. That's a bit of experience from the reigning world champion.
Part of this, just to set up your mindset. Yeah, 1-2 chances before the halftime. We'll see if the kickoff, which is not working for German. But yeah, different scenario. Let's see if German have something to prove, because now this gameplay for Rentao will desperate him a little bit, because as we've seen, Rentao is on the control of the match.
Indeed he is. Halftime is on the horizon. The last attack of the half will be in the minds of both of our competitors on the stage. Looks like Rentao will be obtaining that. Xerxes surely is offside. Gets the header into the back of the net, but indeed offside.
Oof. Yeah, was the offside trap. Feels effusive on his action, Rentao, that is aware of how important it is, this actual score. The last one will be for German.
Last one of the first half. Luke Shaw looking for Højlund. Heads it back to Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, bad timing.
It was awkward, wasn't it? It was just behind him on the volley. And there we go. The first half ends. Rentao 1. German 0.
That was pretty interesting, the last one, because with the header from there, it was impossible to score directly the header. But getting a pass back, especially for Bruno Fernandes, we saw in game 1 how good he is with those shots. But the timing, he was maybe because the nerves pushing the button of shooting too early, and the animation wasn't the best from Bruno. We'll see. It's not over. Being overall just one goal up is not enough most of the times to win the game, but you know, let's go on. Second half, Harry. Brazil, Rentao, the world champ, leading this match.
Has possession off the kickoff as well to start the second period here of match number 2. And he said he's focused on bringing that coveted title back to Manchester United. So he has his sights set.
Nice one.
On winning the world title with United.
It's
here though, here for Jamal.
No way.
Oh, so dangerous. Life.
That was
signs
so
of
close.
life from Jamon, and has space here to keep going as Højlund fakes and strikes and save.
It was too far, the fake shot. It wasn't that accurate, but he's trying. This guy doesn't need that much to create his chances, because Rentao needs a lot of timing, patience, 2 different ways to play. He's getting closer. We'll see. Another corner kick.
Saw Onana there swipe at it with his right hand. It was actually the left, I think, that saved it. That was comical to see, but it doesn't matter how you push it behind. It's the fact that it gets out of danger.
Protecting Rentao, the central side, with those 3 center midfielders. As he's aware the potential that Jamon has on this side. He's winning. He maybe doesn't need to go that far to the wings to build up his play. Just protect more. So let's see if that step back, focus on to defense rather than to your attack, will be positive for Rentao, which is having a hard time to defend Yamarpan.
Corner to come after that Onana save.
Number 11.
Substitutions have been
Number
made.
9. Hoyland.
Looks like it will be Bruno
Coming on the
to
field.
swing this one in.
7.
Ball on the floor towards Mason Mount. Double touch. Oh, that's lovely! That is lovely! Jamon, take a bow. Mason Mount, fresh on the pitch, the double touch into the bottom corner. Sumptuous.
From where it came, this guy. Look at that. No pressure. The double toss, the finesse, putting it into the net. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonder kid from Thailand who is playing so good at eFootball.
Wow. Wow. That is something.
Yeah, I don't know. It was like too passive, the defense from Rentao, not going to the pressure, not sending the second player to press. And yeah, he wasn't expecting, obviously, this great action from Jamon. 1-1, eh?
Latest goal scored by Jamon, and the subs paying off immediately. Here is the goal scorer and the substitute that made the difference. Mason Mount inside now to Kobe Mainu, Luke Shaw.
Oh, misclick, eh? Oof, I was lucky. He was really lucky.
Was not liking what he's seeing here is Jamon, so just gonna recycle this all the way back to the goalkeeper.
He forgot he's still playing on blue, on double blue after the kickoff. He forgot he's still on defensive lines.
There
now
we go. Switched, as you say, Alex. That's why it's good to have you here on the sofas with me. You certainly see
it happens
things
a lot because you focus on the kickoff, you regain the ball, you're thinking a lot of things at the same time, and you forgot those basic stuff. Different story, 20 minutes left, and the game is still open for both. But maybe the actual formation of Rentao is more focused on the defense rather than the attack. We'll see if he can find, because he's missing those runs for the wingers.
There is a pause queued up here as well, and we're in prime substitute territory for both players here. Christian Eriksen, though, here for Rentao.
Rentao, yes! No.
Oh, cleared away. Now Kobe Mainu again for the world champion. Oh, maybe just plays it too early there.
I
Bit
mean,
of a mistake.
The actual situation, Harry, to be honest, is perfect for Jamon, which a potential draw will put him into the grand final. So, no time to rush that much. Being conservative.
Indeed, a draw here would see the 14-year-old confirm his place in the grand final.
That's why he's playing on blue. He's okay, the actual result.
Christian Eriksen here for Rentao.
Nice clear.
The world champion being shut out of this match so far. The ball has not gone out of play since the 70th minute.
Nice ball, eh?
Even before. Casemiro.
That could be the one, eh, for Rentao.
Can he find the 1-2? Hoyland was waiting.
Joro.
90th minute.
Now, yes.
Ticking over now.
Perfect clear. That's what I wanted to see. Clear the ball, but winning with 1-2 combination. Look how much time is taking that action.
Attack. We have to go.
The last one for Rentao. He needs to score.
Has to win this header, can't knock it on, and I think the referee will blow his whistle here momentarily, and it will confirm that Jamon surely will be in the grand final. 1-1 against the 2024 world champion. We'll see him secure his place in the club event Manchester United grand final.
The first surprise, the first surprise of the day so far. Looking for those three names: good games, Rentao, Jamon, a young guy, 14 years old. Obviously, we were aware how good was, but that good? My goodness, it's like, because he had resources, because he can be losing or winning. He had the resources to create chances at any time, at any position, from corner kicks, from building his play from the back. It's really complete, to be honest. And obviously, he was nervous at the last part of the first game, some time against Rentao. But at the end of the day, look, this guy, if you tell me he has 20 years old, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I would believe it based on how he's playing here at one of the biggest stages of the season. They're playing for the opportunity to represent Manchester United at the World Finals. And the show of grit from Jamon, Alex.
Look at the first goal.
After conceding this first goal and the big celebration that we'll hear in just a moment from Rentao, you have to steady yourself.
No, definitely,
at 14 years old, that is some true grit we saw there from Jamon. Listen to this.
This is how it's played. Vamos. I mean, to be honest, I have to defend the position from the world champion from Rentao, coming into the round 2 of the competition against an opponent who has played before. It's not a perfect situation. That's why he was that effusive on his celebration, his goal. He was leading, but this guy, look at that, controlling, calm, double toss, finesse. Because he has many options. He can pass back, he can do a lot of stuff, but at the end of the day, wonderful, wonderful job by Cameron.
Absolutely incredible goal scored by Mason Mount there, and there we can see Rentao, who is joining us in just a moment. The display of emotions that we saw there, Rentao, was amazing to see, and what a great match between you two. We are joined now by the 2024 World Champion. Alex is with him now. Rentao, welcome aboard. How was that match for you?
Well, Rentao, prima de tudo, partida muito difícil, não?
Sim, muito difícil.
Agora, como foi essa sensação de começar um torneio contra um rival como ele?
Olha, sinceramente, ali pela primeira partida que eu vi, eu já sabia que seria muito difícil, por conta dele ser um adversário ali que ele conseguia atacar bem, mesmo jogando com 5 zagueiros. Senti que tava com dificuldade ali no início. Eu tava pensando em trocar a formação antes ali, né? Eu tava pensando em jogar com a 4-3-1-2. Acabei botando a 4-4-2. E quando eu ia trocar de formação, eu fui lá e fiz o gol. Eu senti que tava bem. Aí quando eu fui trocar a formação 4-3-1-2, acabei levando um gol ali, o toque duplo. Eu até consegui marcar a jogada, né? Eu vi a jogada que ele ia fazer, mas acabou que meu defensor não conseguiu marcar. Mas foi uma partida assim que eu senti que tava tranquilo. Obviamente eu senti que tava com dificuldade ali no lado direito da minha equipe, onde eu não tava com o volante daquele lado. Ali eu comemorando. Mas, cara, eu senti, pô, eu jogando ali, eu na minha perna senti que foi um jogão, entendeu? Senti que foi um jogão, foi uma batida ali muito boa. Não tava sentindo que tava nervoso, né? Mas é isso, cara, é isso. E vamos pra cima aí, a gente tem mais uma partida aí agora contra Good Games.
I will try to translate a little bit. He feels relaxed. He thinks it was a really great match. He was switching formation depending on the situation, as we saw during the match. But even with that, he has no really problems or worries about the final score. He did a great job, but in front wasn't a great opponent as well. Now, in front of the next match, Good Games, you know him very well. It could be like a potential World Championship final, but this time here in Manchester, now in Portuguese. Agora, uma última partida que sembra como uma final contra Gu. Que gana é campeão, vai para a final. Para você, tens alguma coisa diferente do Mundial, taticamente, mentalmente? Como você pensa que vai ser esta partida?
Então, vamos lá. Acho que o Good Games, ele primeiro que ele estava jogando por fora na primeira partida. Ele começou dessa maneira, jogou com 4 defensores, né? Buscando ali a jogada pela beirada. Acho que é uma estratégia, né, no Manchester United, por conta da habilidade do por fora. Vai ser meio que aquela final antecipada, né? Que ele gosta ali, que eu tenho certeza que ele vai querer me vencer, né?
Sim.
Óbvio, né? Vai querer me eliminar. Mas vou dar o meu máximo aí para conseguir sair com a vitória, né? Lembrando que o empate também é meu, né? Tem esse detalhe importante, então se eu sair o primeiro gol aí vai ser muito importante. Mas eu acho que vai ser um jogo tenso, vai ser um jogo complicado. Acho que não vai ter não vai ser no meio um ritmo ali, talvez, que foi a final, né? Mas a gente vai fazer de tudo aí para conseguir sair com essa classificação, mano. Tenho certeza que vai dar tudo certo.
Yeah, it sounds good. At the end of the day, he will keep with the same formation, approaching the wings. He is aware, Good Games with 4 center back, about how he play, how he can make him uncomfortable during the match. He reminds him the World Final last year, when he was able to clip the trophy as a world champion. He knows he's capable of. We'll have a great match. So Rentao, boa sorte. Best of luck. We will see back to you later on for the match.
Vamos lá, vamos pra cima. Mandar um recado pro pessoal, posso? Ó, mandar um recado aí pro pessoal aí que tá no Brasil, mandar um salve aí pra vocês. Vamos pra cima e vamos tentar buscar esse título aí. Tenho certeza que é isso que vocês querem e vamos lá.
Vamos.
Nessa. Vamos!
Vamos!
Obrigado. That was wonderful.
Yeah, it is. It
That was
was.
really nice. It's great. I'm really enjoying the fact that he's come and just sat down next to you very casually. It's nice. This new format of the mix zone. Shall we say,
Happiness,
game crashing.
competitors. We all have a family in these kind of events.
No, it's
We
great.
know each other for a lot of time. So let's see. I hope you're ready for the next one. It will be a massive match against Gu.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Best of luck. We're going to see you in action very shortly again sometime soon. I have to say, though, watching him whenever he scored, I mean, that beautiful joy of being Brazilian just really kind of came out of
He
him.
lost his
didn't it?
voice maybe
I think he
a
did
little
lost his
bit.
voice.
You definitely don't want to peak too early in this type of competition, but I love the passion. This is why live events are fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I
you
have
can
to
hear
say,
it all the way around.
I was a little bit brief on his explanation of the match
Sure.
because it was taking so long. I was like, man, there's no time to explain all those amount of details on the broadcast. But yeah, pretty amazing guy for sure.
Well, congrats to him, at least on picking up a point in his opening match of the day. And honestly, congrats as well to Jamon for doing so incredibly well,
Yep.
getting big results in both of his matches, not succumbing to defeat to either one of those heavy hitters. I mean, that is seriously impressive. Let's take a quick look and remind ourselves as to where we are now, that 2 matches have been played out both for console and for mobile. We're going to switch over to console on the main stage in just a few minutes, so you'll be able to catch what's actually happening live in just a few minutes. But just quickly analysing where we're at here with this, it looks as though Romy, Guera, they're still leading the pack when it comes to console, and Jamon, well, he's got now 4 points on the board. Rentao, as well as Gu Games, well, they've got plenty of work ahead of them, don't they, in what is going to be that mega blockbuster clash, that rematch of the World Finals. So exciting times still yet to come.
It's really exciting because we get to see console matches soon, but we get to see a rematch of last year's Grand Finals.
Whoa.
To
Here.
make the final.
Only
here,
to make the final dance.
Which is crazy to think about. It was a wonderful final, a wonderful exhibition last year in Tokyo, and it's fun to see the two contrasting kind of ideologies. Of course, Gu wants to be world champion, but he said in the VT...
He's got to get past that man that was just sitting next to Alex.
He does, but he said in the video that he doesn't feel anything when he goes to Tokyo because I'm from Japan.
Yeah.
Which is obviously different for everyone else. When you go to Tokyo, it's like, wow, Tokyo, amazing. For Gu, it's like, I live here, I know what this is
Sure.
like. Whereas for Rentao, he's chasing greatness. He wants back-to-back. He has fond memories of that place. So, yeah, it's always fun to see the difference in kind of motivations, if you will. But this will be a big match to come later on.
And speaking of another big match, we've got the 2 guys leading the pack for console going to
Wow.
blows. Yes. So let's have a quick look behind the scenes. There you go. Oh, no
mean-
love lost between the 2 of them. Very serious indeed.
I don't know if people at home can understand the level of eFootball in their hands of these 2 guys. I'm excited to see these 2, especially because I was seeing them in the training room. Guera, you don't need to see that match. We all know his game style, what he's capable of. But
Scoring
Romy,
goals, and more goals.
he's tactically really smart. He understands the timings, where to be more aggressive, more technical. On the other hand, Romy is not that big name overall, but this guy have some quality that I wish he can show up here at the stage in terms of new formation, different than the rest, different vision on how to play, and I mean that's why probably has shocked Clapped on game 1 of the group. But please, Shamil, Harry, let's go for the match in this console platform.
All right, let's go for it indeed. Let's bring these guys out here then. Guera and Romy.
Eu sou o Guera, tenho 25 anos, sou brasileiro e represento a América. É um sentimento muito gratificante, um estádio histórico, um clube histórico. Gosto muito de acompanhar as partidas do Manchester e agora poder estar aqui é um privilégio para mim.
Hi, I'm Zeus Romy. I'm from Indonesia. I have to make the most for this opportunity. Honestly, I want to be champion here and I want to be representative for Manchester United in Japan.
Eu vim com um pensamento só, que é de ser campeão, de poder representar o Manchester United nas finais no Japão. A América tem muitos jogadores bons.
Yeah, sometimes happy, sometimes not happy. Yeah, but I have to play. I have to learn every day about this game.
Eu amo competir. Claro que também tem momentos de raiva também, que é um jogo, como eu compito, né, é um jogo competitivo, então tem momentos de alegria, momentos de estresse, é normal, mas é o que eu amo fazer da minha vida.
My favorite player in Manchester United now is Amad Diallo.
Meu jogador favorito é o Casemiro, porque ele é brasileiro. Gostaria de agradecer a todo mundo de casa que vai acompanhar, vai torcer para mim. Espero poder conquistar um título e um abraço aos meus fãs.
Well, to open the show for the console platform, we have two of the very best. Guera against his opponent Romy. It is Brazil against Indonesia, and if you've watched recent eFootball tournaments, you know those are two nations that have somewhat of a rivalry. They definitely match up against each other often, and it produces quality matches. Let's talk about Guera first, the man on your screen, all the way from Brazil, multiple-time world champion.
Yeah, this kind of guy that is called a legend, because it is, no, 2017 world champion. That year, 200 grams was on the table that day. 2 years later, 2019, becoming 3v3 world champion with the Brazilian roster, and is back here after being FC Barcelona professional player on 2020. Back then, Santos, Corinthians, many clubs across Brazil, and is here with another chance to be one more time at World Finals. In front, Romy from the school of Indonesian superstars, no? With this kind of talented community that is growing up, talents everywhere on mobile console. So no surprise to see Romy of this level with that great score on game one, beating 5-1 to the European representative Clapped by, and now in front of a dramatic score, Harry, because next game against Guera is potentially the direct spot, not direct chance for these two to get into the final, no? So
it's almost like a miniature final, this one, isn't it?
That's it.
You win, you secure 3 points, you're head and shoulders above the rest of the group. You'd have to imagine 6 points is going to guarantee you into that stage of the competition. Indonesia is like a football factory, eFootball factory. They churn out talent. There's so many of them that come through the ranks, and there's definitely, as you mentioned earlier, a bit of a tier system. You've got obviously really great players like Akbar Paudi, you've got Elga, of course Rizky Fidan, but then you look further down the line and the top level players keep coming. Romy here actually beat Rizky Fidan, didn't he, just to get to this stage?
In quarterfinals, that's it. So it means a lot, no? This guy has all over the qualifiers, run for same Guera, no? Beating a Rinquinho and also some other big names, no? At the end of the day, being here, it means you have won your region, and especially regions as Europe, Americas, East Asia. It's not that easy, you know, because only one is able to come here to the club event final. So we'll see. Just to mention, from the cameras, I don't know if they are able to aim a closer gap to the hands of Guera, because he's still competing with the arrows, not with the joystick. He's not competing with the joystick. Never ever. This guy grew up playing with the arrows and still on that, and that's unbelievable. So, you know, old school.
That is old school. I love Romy's way of sitting here. You see how he sits? He sits cross-legged on the chair. That's how I play at home.
You know what? They don't play on chairs there. I've been in Indonesia. You know, they don't have those big setups as we have here. We understand here. That's why his position came from, and that's unbelievable. My way, I can't sit like that for a long period. I can.
It's how I play at home, so
I'm not
I
that
definitely
flexible.
respect that. We'll definitely get you to the hotel gym later on, Alex. We'll do some yoga, but anyway, It's always fun to see the different personalities these competitors bring to the competition. Be it the way they sit, the way they hold the controller, the buttons they use. Every competitor is different.
Different cultures, different stories back then. And we can approach Harry to say hello to all the Brazilian community and all the Indonesia Garuda communities that we got, I'm sure, on the chat, rooting for Romy and Guera. At the end of the day, it's always great, no? I'm proud to have a country-mate at this stage competing for the glory. And we'll see, no? We've seen many more opportunities will come up in the next club event final. But here, Guera and Zeus Romy trying their best to be the Manchester United representative at the World Finals. Because you know what? In eFootball, if you are not at the World Finals, Harry, it's mean nothing for your career. So we'll see if Guera or Romy are taking home the 3 points in this match day 2 on console platform.
Well, thanks to our referee on the stage, Sergio, everything looks about ready to go. Some final checks for our players here on console.
Pass level 1 for Romy. Leslie Guera making sure he played with the arrows. That's important for sure. This is not the first time that you go for the start in the match and you have the wrong customization.
You don't want that.
I think this moment is pretty interesting for the fans at home because people are always asking which setup buttons have the players. We see
Pass
5
support level,
that's so important. 5 center back for Romy. That's his key in this competition. In the meantime, Guera, we see 4-3-3 with 1 right winger. And we'll see. Guera same with pass super level 1. I say that because during the time we are mixing between pass super level 1, 2. It depends the feeling you want to have in terms of passes, accuracy. Because if you have pass level 3 and 4, it's more manual and more automatic. And it depends the version of the game is missing. Look, Guera level 2. All right, we got confirmation. Guera pass super level 2. Romy level 1.
Well, after the final checks, the final checks are now finished. This is our first match of the console, the second for these two competitors. We have Guera in the Manchester United home strip. We have Zeus Romy in the United
wonderful
strip. On the ball right now, dispossessed by the Brazilian, and this is the console version of eFootball. So before our first 2 matches of the stream were on mobile, this now is being played on console. 2 different competitions still under the same banner here at the club event finals. We will have 2 champions at the end of today, 2 trophy winners, and 2 world finals spots up for grabs.
And it sounds good, it sounds good. Back to console, different atmosphere around here, less hectic game. More tactical, more pause, more mindset, mind games, try to confuse your opponent. And it's now Romy going to have up the pitch, connecting with Holland, which is quickly losing the ball. And now the counter of Guera, which it will have a different task to go through those 5 center backs that Romy is putting it in his tactic. So yeah, avoid mistake in your early build-up, making sure the pass from Casemiro in front is accurate. And now Madra with the left back connecting with Maino with the lob chini pass. It's Romy!
Nice.
No, to the wrong way. He has completely opened the short post.
Might still be alive for him here as well. Kobe Mainu, Bruno Fernandes, far side. Diego Dalot just biding his time. Back to Casemiro, plenty of space in front of him. Bruno Fernandes again.
I love
that.
No, the extra pass wasn't necessary. Once and again, Romy is doing everything perfect, and he needs to shoot before. There's another chance for Guera, the 2 times world champion.
A chance for Romy there in the opening 15, coming and going quite fast.
Yeah, we see the clear identity of Romy. Now with the mistake, and we'll see if Guera can approach this opportunity. Casemiro, the advantage. Bruno Fernandes. Joro with a wonderful tackling. So let's see if those runs from the fullbacks can be stopped by Guera. It's a similar idea, identity that we saw on mobile on Thailand, with that 5 center back with those fullbacks running up front. Garnacho.
Nice idea to try and get it to Garnacho. But 25 minutes gone, we've seen some probing from Guera, but mostly Romy has had the better spells in the final third of these two. Casemiro tries to continue that trend.
The things that happen when you face someone with 5 center backs is most of the times you have no experience of what's going on in a match against that formation, because the timings are different, the places on the pitch where you have advantage are completely different, because as we see, Guera have a lot of space in the midfield, but when you reach the defenders, there is no room. There's no room to go through, and so you need to explore maybe opening the defenders and then goes in by the center. You know, it's not easy, and especially not because in front is a fantastic competitor as Romy is.
We'll need to see that adaptability in order to see probably the deadlock being broken. Half an hour gone. It's been very attritional, as we often expect it to be on console.
We saw that the chippy pass missed by Guera. Now Mazraoui joining the attack, looking for a pass in. Yeah, found it. No, Casemiro, the anchor man.
You'll see that often today, I imagine. Casemiro in that defensive midfielder position.
It's a supercar. Like not every team has such a big car in the DMF. When now is Romy joining the attack once again with Mazraoui, who seems to be way more open on the left-hand side. Maino, Mazraoui looking for a pass, looking for a fake shot, looking for some space. Look at the pressure from Mazraoui for Guera. The pass in. Bruno Fernandes to turn back, leaving behind Casemiro, and it's Rasmus Holland arriving on time. Guera, which is having a hard time to defend those long actions by Romy. And now it's Mason Mount, Harry, but just alone in the side, no option to pass in, but throwing for Guera.
Yeah, about as good as it gets there, I think, for Guera. Out of that scenario, Mason Mount crowded out the Englishman and gets a throw in for it. Højlund.
That pass, I've seen that before from Brazilian guys. Woo! If he connect that pass, you are almost done to defend it.
5 minutes until half-time, plus any stoppages we might need. Bruno Fernandes, Dalot cannot find a teammate, and now it's Guera, the multiple-time world champion, on 1v1 on co-op. Trying to build something towards the dying embers of this first half between these two table toppers so far. Højlund trying to get in behind for Guera. No minutes added on. Bruno Fernandes cannot find a teammate, and at the end of the first half, these two table toppers in the console group find themselves at 0-0.
Hello attendees, this is a lost children's announcement. Would the father of a boy in a blue hat kindly make his way to the information center?
So, second half now underway, and Romy, well, he wants to put Guera through his paces, tried to catch him sleeping there with the first chance of the second half. If you're just joining us, this is match number 3. The first we're seeing of the stream on console. These two both won their first games off stream, so a win here would see either one of these two all but guarantee themselves in the grand final. As Guera coming forward, Mason Mount can't find a teammate.
Yeah, he's looking for the pass in. You know, when he's getting the advantage, the 2v1 situation, the sides are nice, but you need to pass inside the box to be really on a damage position. No, so but that pass is the difficult thing, because your opponent is expecting that pass. He's predicting with the manual cursor as well. So we'll see. Pretty interesting match in terms of those details will make the difference so far. Let's wish for no big mistake at the back, and let's wish for a great goal, hoping coming up now onto the game.
Well, Guera has started to grow a bit of confidence into this match. It was Romy, the Indonesian, who really started the match off the stronger of the two, but ever since Guera has gotten his feet on the ball, and now Højlund gets his strike away in difficult circumstances, but saved quite comfortably in the end by Onana. Will come back at his goal though.
Look at the pressure from Guera, which is now doing great things so far. The pass by Bruno Fernandes, the fake shot, the finesse!
Saved, corner.
He has room for more, but anyway, he found a way to shoot. And great save from Onana that we haven't seen so far on mobile, but finally appearing on console. Great save. This is football, Harry. It's impossible to dominate the full match. Now is the moment for Guera, as Romy had in the first half. We'll see if he can approach it now.
So a chance at the corner for our players on the stage to really settle themselves down a bit, check that every small tactic in the game is exactly how they want it at this vital juncture.
It's incredible how defensive it seems, the Romy formation, but then when he goes hype up the pitch, it seems really offensive, you know? That's his key, you know? We'll see. Corner kick for Guera, Harry.
Who can he find? Towards De Ligt at the front post, and nothing coming of that. Not even a corner. It will be a goal kick. Bit of a waste.
Sweat hands for Romy, which now 30 minutes left with this score. These two keeps in a great position, 4 points actually for these two, but it's what we said before, no, Harry? A victory will put almost directly into the grand final. So now the chance for Guera, Joshua Sirse, having the pressure for Lisandro Martinez, looking for the pass back. Madraoui looking back to who else is connecting with Casemiro. Madraoui trying to pass in. Look at the pressure for Romy. Guera taking his time to go through, but maybe so upset on the right-hand side of the pitch. Now the counter for Romy. Joshua Sirse, Holland. 3v3. Another pass in!
No, De Ligt there for Guera. Luckily offside, because that clattered in the end off of, I think it was Xerxes, who has just been put in the book as well.
You go with the shoulder church because you wanna having this shock on your defender. But yeah, shoulder church from the back. Yellow card seems easy, but you need to try. Now in eFootball, those situations sometimes it arrives on your favor. When we get into substitution, Amad Diallo on the left-hand side for Guera. Mason Mount will jump in for Romy. Almost similar for now. We see Dalot will get in for Guera as well in the right fullback.
Romy's still sticking with that 5 at the back. Do you anticipate him maybe to change that, or do you think a point against Guera is useful?
Maybe I would say in case he's losing by 1-2 goals, maybe we can have more aggressive formation, but I bet his plan for the full competition.
Sticking to the game plan is Romy in the United away strip.
Nice one, eh? Ooh, offside.
In the home strip, Guera, of course, no stranger to playing Indonesians. Do you think maybe the World Cup back in December would have been playing on his mind, knowing that he has to play another Indonesian here at the club event finals?
Well,
it's
be,
always difficult.
But slightly, a little bit. No, Guera is such a great competitor. He's confident in himself. And besides that, he's really competitive. No, even if he's playing good or not, he always finds solution to be into the game. No. And now we're seeing his best minutes into the match, getting closer, having his 1-2 chances. But now, from now, it's a different story. Now 20 minutes left, and now be solid, be right on your timings, not consider any big mistakes for both sides will be the key. Because we want to see goals in this part of the competition. When it's now Guera with the ball, looking for Diallo with those fresh legs, trying to make that advantage in front of the defenders.
20 minutes to the 90. And a bit of context for those wondering. Guera's Brazil back in December at the World Cup featuring eFootball fell 2-0 in the grand final to Indonesia. Now, Romy was not part of that setup, but it'll be something playing on the mind of Guera, I am sure. 15 minutes to go for either of these two to try and break our deadlock here. It has been attritional, it's been gritty between these two but we haven't seen the deadlock really been broken yet. In the final 10 minutes though, Alex, that's where the drama tends to come out a little bit more.
We see that Romy is not having the patience that he had in the first half to wait the positioning of the fullback joining the attack. Now, finally, the first chance for Romy, the pass in, looking for Diallo. Great predicted by Mathis Delay for Guifera that quickly going about the pitch, but that heavy control will give a chance for Romy to be into the grand final. Diallo, the pass in, no. Could be minor. 10 minutes left, Harry. Nothing really happening in the last moment of the match. And I will see.
Very smartly done. Guifera just trying to slow down this.
These counters maybe, eh?
Little bit of counter pressure we're seeing from Romy, but he's won the ball back.
Nice prediction.
Very nice prediction indeed. And for Guifera, he would love to try and get a few attacks on the board before the 90th minute comes around. Xerxes will give chase here. It's an unfortunate bounce, I think, for the defender. And Xerxes down to Mainu. Dallo is still waiting on that far side. Kobe Mainu. Diego Dallo, oh, maybe a bit too many inputs there for Guifera. It stays alive for him, though, as Martinez put under pressure.
Yeah, he's taking his time, Guifera. He's been smart on that, but it's been solid so far during the whole game. Romy, I think that his formation is saving him to not to be that worried against Guifera. No, if you play Guifera with 4 center backs, maybe is Guifera having more facilities to go through, but 5 defenders, they both seems block when they go hype up the pitch. 2 minutes left, and Harry, it seems to be a potential draw in this moment. Now the mistake from Romy.
Potential. Could it be the commentator's curse, though, as Kobe Mainu out to the far side. Diego Dallo, this surely would be a winner here. Into the box now. Kobe Mainu.
The pass back.
Back to Dallo, inside, just heartbreaking.
Still in.
Can't quite get in here for Guifera. Up the pitch by Romy, and that match will end. Romy 0, Guifera 0. And they share the points at the top of the group. Both men will end on 4 points after 2 matches. 1 more to go in this console group.
It reminds me those glory days of a battle between a classic match of football between 2 great teams, but not really much action, not really many attempts on target. We saw Romy at the start of the game having some solid stuff, but somehow Guifera learned how to play against him and was slightly more dominant in the second part of the game. But at the end of the day, no goals, 0-0, 1 point for each other. And these 2 players, Harry, which is still on 4 points, leading the console group.
Yeah, it's not blockbustery football, but it is fascinating to watch. If you're long-time viewers of the game, of course, you know how attritional an eFootball console game can be. Tactics countering other tactics, defense versus attack. It's always difficult to try and match the energy and counter the energy your opponent's putting out, and these 2, in the end, couldn't cancel each other out, or maybe they did. Either way, 0-0, match number 3 between Guifera and Romy. Difficult to split them at the top of the group, and difficult to split them in the match as well, Alex. We can take a look at some of the chances we had. There weren't many of them, but that was probably the best one.
Yeah, exactly. No, he had, after the control, Guifera was moving the manual goalkeeper to the far post, but he decided the same thing. No, those mindset decide the same thing, the same action. Beside that, we saw this attempt of Guifera almost connecting that pass, and from the halftime, I believe is a factor of Guifera. He learned how to play. He was protecting way better the fullbacks. That was a really nice one from Bruno Fernandes. But besides that, you know, they were aware, no, Harry, how important it is to gain any point at this match in terms of the competition, in terms to go through the grand final later on. So, well, great result. They both, I'm sure they are really happy about it.
Yeah, as we said, difficult to split them at the top of the group, and, well, in the end, we couldn't split them in the match either. Guifera and Romy with, well, no goals, but they share the points. Luckily for us, we're able to pick the brains of the 2-time world champion. Guifera is joining us on the sofas. And I'm glad, because that one was fascinating to watch as a long-time commentator and viewer of eFootball, and Alex gets to pick his brains now.
Now it's always great to be such a champion next to me, Guera, 2 times world champion. First, talking about the first match, the feeling, first time into the stage, how was your feeling? How was your vibes after that match against Romy?
Já sabia que seria muito difícil, Romy.
Puedes falar em português. Sim.
Pode falar em português?
Sim.
Sabia que ia ser muito difícil a partida contra o Romy. Já enfrentei ele quando eu joguei na Indonésia, então já sabia que seria uma grande partida. Deu para perceber em alguns momentos os dois um pouco nervosos. Acho que a gente se precipitou em algumas decisões. 0-0 foi feio, né? Mas foi um bom resultado. Agora só depende de mim para ir para a final.
Yeah, exactly. No, Guera, a player who has played before against Romy. He was aware how good he's Romy, and somehow he's happy. No, you're happy because a great score, 1 point. You both top on the table right now. Regarding the match, the timings, I saw that you were having a hard time at the beginning to defend him, and somehow you click on your mind and you found solution to stop his fullbacks. Is that reality, or is just you finally found how to play your game?
Eu já joguei muito assim nessa formação que o Romy usou, né, no 5-3-2. Então eu já tenho um bom entendimento dela e eu sabia como podia parar. Ele começou melhor no jogo, ele dominou o primeiro tempo e eu dominei o segundo. Que aí eu consegui encontrar soluções para poder parar ele. Ele teve chance de gol no primeiro tempo e eu tive chance de gol no segundo. Acho que o empate foi justo.
Yeah, I think so. At the end of the day, Guera have played a lot with that formation. That helps a lot in terms to understand what's going on into the match. Overall, they both are happy. I think first half was for Guera, second one for Romy. Guera says that it is fair, no, the score. Last match, your expectation, 4 points is not enough to go to the finals. Anything new in front of your last opponent? Anything you can have to surprise him?
Vou manter o mesmo jogo. Eu acho que eu estou jogando bem nessa formação. O Clapid é um jogador muito difícil também. Depende do resultado dele para saber o que eu vou precisar durante a partida. Mas vou começar tendo que ir para cima para ganhar o jogo, porque a vitória é certeza que eu passo. O empate depende da combinação dos outros jogos.
Exactly. I love when you say vamos para cima. No, I love that word in Brazilian. No, he's confident. He will keep the same formation, the same tactic. He's aware how good is Clapid, which is coming up playing the next game. So after that game, he will be aware. No, what's the score, the result he will need for go through the grand final. Before the end, Guera, any message to your community, family that I'm sure are rooting for you from home?
Agradecer ao pessoal de casa que está acompanhando. É cedo lá no Brasil, né? Sexta-feira cedo. Mandar um beijão para todo mundo e espero que eu esteja nessa grande final aí para vocês assistirem mais um jogo meu.
All right, vamos para cima. No? A great message from family, for everyone looking for you from home. Great community, great story for this guy. I mean, 10 years competing, maybe more in the esports competition. So being here it feels nice. No, it feels nice to be here. So that's it, Harry Semra. A guy, a double-time world champion here next to us. So we'll see. Finally happens on today's matches.
Wow, 10 years. Please don't say that ever again, Alex. I like to think that it all just started last year. I don't want to talk about how quickly time has gone by. Nonetheless, it really is great to have the insights of a legend like Guera here. He spoke actually about how nervous he was at one stage during the game, so potentially he now has the chance to kind of shake off those nerves like the true champion that he is. So we'll see how he fares for the rest of the day. Speaking of everybody else, his competition and just where he lies currently in the table, why don't we get you up to speed with how things are now, because with the state of play as things are currently, well, we're halfway through now, aren't we, of the day? It's hard to believe it, but here we are. So with the console after that results, Romy and Guera, they do stay as the two leaders of the group with 4 points, however. So is it going to be enough for them to move on into the final round? Well, we'll certainly see. Shamil, Boozy and Clapton do have a lot of work to do for them. Low scoring results, low scoring in terms of the defence as well, which is certainly something that is a strong feature of their matches thus far, but they certainly do need to start scoring a lot more and turning those goals into results. When it comes to mobile, Jamon still leading the way, 4 points on the board, followed by Rentao, the reigning world champion currently, and Go Games, no points there. So it has been an interesting day, and I think in some ways maybe we didn't really expect to see the names that we are seeing where they are in the table.
Yeah, I definitely not on mobile. I think the result we just saw was probably a bit of a nightmare one for Clapton and Shea Buzna.
100%.
You didn't want to be cut adrift from the top two, because even if you were to win your next match, and of course they play each other next, you're still trailing the two at the top of the table. So you need something else to go your way, even if you win out. So yeah, a bit of a tricky situation for them to be in. You have to win the next one.
Wow, when you come to this format, Semra Harry, you know there is no room for lose any game. No, when you lose the first one, you know you are forced to win all the rest of games. No, so now Clapton and Shea Buzna has to win next one and get into the last match day with just one chance, which is beat again your opponent. So we'll see. That's competition. That's why they are really good. They know in front they will have a beast mode in front of them, and but there's always room. No, it's not over for them. Next match is their time.
It's far from over indeed. Well, we can actually see what's going on a little bit behind the scenes, backstage, as those two come out. They obviously, in terms of points, have been shooting blanks thus far. Both of them, I imagine, will be gunning pretty hard to get those 3 points and that keep them in contention to get into the grand final at the end of the day. There you can see very serious indeed, which is kind of a common theme throughout the day. No real surprise, obviously.
Between super focus and Clapton, like, that doesn't know where to look at. No, it's like, what should I do?
They're not used to having cameras
Give me the
in their
controller.
face, to be
Give me the
honest,
controller,
sure.
please.
You need to know what's in the earphones right now of Shea.
That's the best. I think it's the best choice. Yeah.
What kind of music did you listen to?
I don't know, any kind of music who I will say
Katy Perry.
No, Imagine Dragons, kind of motivation music, just to warm up, just focus on the mindset, game plan, formation, kickoff, pass to the back, going to the wing, 1-2 tosses and getting into the box. Those visualize what's just going on is so important. Sometimes when we get paused, some people understand it's for kind of freeze your opponent, but it's just to visualize what's next. After you concede a goal, you score a goal. A lot of tips that people can get from home, and even all of us can get tips anytime, anywhere. So yeah, it's always nice.
For me, it would be Liszt or Tchaikovsky. Give me some classical music. I need some.
Who can't believe that?
I need to be relaxed.
That can be true. Can be true.
Yeah. We'll see. Next time we're in the car together, I'll put on some Francis for you, then you'll be changed.
Okay, well, speaking of change, let's see how things go then, because these two next opponents really do need to have a bit of change in the table. It's Shamil against Clapt.
שלום, אני שי בוזנח, אני מייצג את ישראל. אני עליתי לתחרות הזאת מאזור מערב אסיה. לשחק באולד טראפורד זה מאוד מרגש עבורי להגיע למעמד הזה ולשחק באצטדיון כל כך גדול עם היסטוריה כל כך עצומה.
Sou Kleber, sou de Portugal e venho representar a Europa e a África aqui no evento do Manchester United. São umas expectativas muito altas. É um evento que eu estava muito ansioso para vir representar, ainda por cima num clube histórico como é Manchester United, Old Trafford, por toda a sua história, e estou muito contente de estar aqui neste estádio mítico כמו Old Trafford.
אני מצפה מעצמי להראות את היכולות שלי למרות כל הלחץ וההתרגשות. כן, אני אזכה בתחרות. זו המטרה שלשמה הגעתי לכאן, לזכות בתחרות בטוקיו, לזכות בתחרות ולהגיע לטוקיו.
O meu objetivo aqui vai ser vencer. Vou jogar contra 3 jogadores bastante fortes nos seus continentes, por isso estou muito confiante, trabalhei bastante, tenho treinado muito para conseguir o meu objetivo, que é claramente vencer e estar em campo outra vez.
Eye of the Tiger.
Ooh. The goal is clear for Clapt, and Shea Buzna here either win or be cut adrift in this group standings. Well, as it stands after the match we just saw, the points shared between the two at the top of the table, neither of these two have picked up a point so far. Shamil, also known as Shea Buzna, 30 years old, two-time national champion, is his first club event finals appearance. has to go up against the man who knows what it's like to make it out to Japan, was a world finalist last year in the 5th year of his career, which is relatively young in the esports world.
Yep.
Clapped from Portugal. A tough one to call, this one, I think, Alex, because there is so much on the line.
No, definitely. And these kind of games, I think the key right now is after both being defeated on game 1 is the level of confidence, the confidence they bring into game 2, no? Because I have the feeling that Clapped, his plan A wasn't working. And I don't know if he will try to give another chance for the plan A or will go for another different plan to game 2, no? Especially playing with Manchester United, Ruben Amorim, the coach, it gives you the chance to play out wide as a third option, giving you more impact for your team, or quick counter, slowing down a little bit, slowing down your ratings, but this is the main play style that most of the people use it. So I don't know if you force your full formation or your full gameplay into the out wide formation tactics, or you keep your focus on your main gameplay, which is on by the center, as Clapped by is normally using. Harry, I don't know. It's not easy, no? Because at home you play with your dream team. Here you play with Man United. Same coach, same players, and you need to get used to Man United in games. So it's not an easy task when you have a clearly identified as Clapped playing tiki-taka by the center, accumulating a lot of players. That maybe Man United is not that the best one to do that gameplay.
I like what we're seeing from Shamil Shea Buzna, of course, took a picture of his in-game settings at home. I think that's really smart. You don't want to leave it up to chance. You don't want to leave any input setting, anything like that wrong. You want to make sure you have it in black and white, or color, of course, as these mobile phones take color pictures these days. About your team lineups, selections, anything. Don't leave anything to chance. You want to make sure all your settings are
And just
correct.
to remind Harry, you know, Clapped by, and who has beat Durbe in quarterfinals in the round 4 to qualify here, Etorito in semi-finals, and Camps in the grand final. So it's not a coincidence we got Clapped representing Europe and Africa region at this stage. But that third result against Romy, losing 5-1, was a completely shock and different story. Shape of nothing to lose. I love to win in this match. And it's not that easy match. Not an easy match because it's now or never.
It's now or never indeed. Beating Etorito on the way here. That's really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Etorito is still trying. He's trying into the qualification for different club partner teams. So I don't know, we'll see him as well. It's Machiavelli, he's trying. So in that big three that we could put Etorito, Machiavelli, Guera, we got Guera. But we're still missing Uzmakawala and Etorito, and we'll see if we get them in the upcoming competition.
It is a difficult route to the eFootball Championship 2025 World Finals. I think it's one of the most difficult routes in all of esports. We get the best of the best in Tokyo every single year, and it's because you have to qualify through different routes, regions, club event finals, eFootball Championship. Be it the Open, the club event finals, there's so many different ways to qualify, but every single one is difficult as anything. You would love to, on your way to the World Finals, grab one of the trophies we had a chance to look at in front of these two. It's kind of cruel, I think, keeping the trophies in front of the players while they play. You don't want to look at it while you play because you might get lost in it and
but let's say
lose track.
They are unbelievable. They are so beautiful. The way they ride, and look at that. Manchester United. We are not realizing that we are in the heart of Old Trafford of Manchester United, playing video games, playing eSport, playing the game we love, eFootball. And that's simply unbelievable, no? That's a unique opportunity. I think all the players, I want to say, will remember forever on their lives. Now, you remember that day back in 2025, we were to Manchester with Konami to play a competition. I qualified to the World Finals, and then the rest will say, I had a great tournament. But yeah, at the end of the day, only one. When we get the signal of the players' formations, the left-hand side, shaped now, and the right side, clapped by the Portuguese player. also player of Grow Up Gaming and representing Portugal across the world, let's say.
Definitely one of the best Portuguese players at the moment.
For Clapped. 4-3-3 and 4-4-2. Quick counter when we see Shaibut now out wide. Following Rafa Amorim game styles and Clapped against the decision of Rafa Amorim, no? Or Ruben Amorim, sorry. That went pretty interesting, no? That Kobe Maino, which seems to be the key player on both sides. Amad Diallo in the right winger for Clapped. Garnacho will be the starting 11 for Shaibut now, and he's about to start. Harry, decisive match for these two. 3 points will let them still alive into the competition. A draw almost letting them outside of the competition. So here we go.
We are moments from kickoff. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, of course, to our referees on the stage, making sure everything is in competitive integrity at the very, very top. But we are now able to say we're underway. Between these two, match number 4 of our live stream today here live from Old Trafford. It is Shamil Bouzi taking on Clapped, and it will be Shea Bouzna in the home strip of Manchester United. You know what that looks like. And Clapped will be in the white shirts, black
Look at that
shorts.
ball.
Lovely ball.
No one's there. Is Alejandro Garnacho inside the box? Garnacho with the pass, but the cross. Great space as approaches Shamil Bouzi with those winger joining the attack. Another counter by Clapped. Holland looking to Kobe Maino. Maino waiting his teammates to go through. Look at that explosive acceleration from Maino, but Diego Dalot regaining the ball, Harry. And now another time for Shaibut now with that 4-4-2 formation.
Yeah, well done indeed by the multiple-time Israeli national champion. Clapped has some defending to do here. He's done so very well indeed. Relying on Xerxes to win the header. It'll come down to Bruno Fernandes. Casemiro makes a mistake, and now Shamil Bouzi. Shea Bouzna with a nice trickery. Beats a couple of players, but in the end, goes back to a 50-50.
Trying to finish the chance to get a rebound or a corner kick. Now the counter with Clapped, with, I think, seeing the tactic of Shea Bouzna, it feels like a difficult competitor to play against, no? With that wide formation, taking advantage from it, it's difficult for Clapped to have a face-to-face match, let's say, when now he's getting into the box. Lisandro Martinez.
Glad to see these two, Alex, play with a bit of urgency, knowing that if you win, you give yourself a real chance of making it out of this group and featuring in the grand final later. They're both going to go very, very attacking here. 20 minutes gone. Bruno trying to go. The 1-2!
Yes.
And there you go. The urgency pays off, and it is Clapped with Hoyland, our Portuguese competitor on the stage.
Typical combination, but clapped by Thiago, who found out that long run, and it was Shea Bouzna missing to follow that run with the defender, giving all the room for Clapped to easily finish that chance. Was a tricky misrun from Shea that it wasn't that good for Clapped, but you know, those mistakes in this kind of situation, it hurts a lot. 1-0 from Portugal, 1-0 for Clapped by the. Now can breathe a little bit, no? Getting to the second match, leading, different story. And let's see if that gives him the chance to be more and more solid.
So 1-0. Confirmation goal scored by Clapped. Has defending to do here, though. It's Bruno Fernandes with the finesse. Cannot turn it into the goal. But here's Hoyland on the turn. And there's been a change of strip as well, as I believe we may have swapped the feeds. Either way, it's Clapped in the changed strip. Shea Bouzna, of course, still in that home strip, so recognisable worldwide, of Manchester United.
Now let's see, we're getting into those moments where nerves appear on both sides. Is now Shamil now trying to do something else, something different to go through, which is now Bruno Fernandes with the pass back. No, Dalot for Clapper quickly going half up the pitch, connecting with Joshua Zirkzee, which now is on control by Bruno Fernandes. Casemiro looking for Zirkzee with his that short, too short. And Shamil now that needs to connect those many passes to go through. It takes time. Another counter. It's Clapper.
Nice.
Joshua Zirkzee. Joro. Great pressure. And Dalot getting the ball quickly half forward. Harry, there's no room for relax. No room for mistakes.
Oh, Højlund, can he latch
the
onto
keeper.
this?
Oh, Nana.
Came so
Hair
far.
breaking that moment. Well, that's a nice one. Perfect. No blame for him.
He was a long way from home. That's a nice one too, though. Kobe Mainoo. Back to Bruno. Has plenty
Oh, great
of
pass. It's
time.
one with the
And that's
equaliser!
lovely! That is lovely indeed. An equaliser for Shea Boozner.
Boom, boom, boom. That's a boxing celebration from Rasmus Højlund. Misclick a little bit. It was Clapper trying to predict the pass in. And that moment, Shamil that saw it quickly. And this, instead of low pass, through pass. And the rest is story. Look at that. It's Bruno Fernandes. Wonderful pass.
Lovely
and great
finish.
finishing.
That's a great finish.
Left foot, first time shot. Boom. You know, it sometimes happens, when you have in front such a big player of Bruno Fernandes, his line of passes are slightly different than normal AMF on the game, normal midfielders. Great one. It was really necessary for Shamil now. Game on, ladies and gentlemen.
10 minutes until half-time. It is now 1-1 between these two. A winner, if we get one between these two, of course, plenty of eFootball to be played, would keep the winner alive in this group. A draw, I don't think, really helps out either man.
It's not over 100%, but yeah, I feel so. It's not the best.
You would definitely prefer a win, and well, Garnacho here for Shea Boozner. Off the cross-field switch of the play, was muscled off the ball. Now, after just conceding, what can the Portuguese man, Clapped, have in response with Diallo far side? Look at his pace, really nice indeed. Who can he find?
He didn't stop it on time, Harry. He was rushing that much, and yeah,
just ran into trouble.
Nice ball again. He's missing those markings from Clapper. Garnacho getting into the box. The stunning cross.
Was that a strike in the end? Maybe it was straight out. Oh no, wasn't it?
The problem is that when you're running, you are not accurate with those actions. You need to stop a little bit and then cross. And that was missing from Shamil now.
1 minute added on. These two know what's at stake. We're seeing this a much more open contest than we saw from our two front runners at the top of the console group. These two are scrappy. They're fighting for survival. And the first half ends 1-1.
Great response, Harry. Great response from Shamil now. 4 shots to 1 for Clapper. Clapper that right after that leading, still not finding solution. I mean, his goal, it came from a big mistake from Shamil now, not following the marking, and is Clapper having really doved him in the way to build up his play.
Well, the side swap then for the second half.
Simple passes, the 1-2 passes from Clapper. But I think he needs something else. That won't be enough.
It'll be Shamil Bouzi, aka Shea Boozner, attacking this left-hand goal here in the second half. And Clapped will attack the right-hand goal. Zirkzee.
Matt is the light, eh?
De Ligt is just always
They're
there,
blocked.
isn't he? Always
right now, they
there.
both are blocked in to go through. No one can take advantage of each other. Bruno Fernandes, but needs to take more time. Shade, and now looking for the pass in, is blocked. Matt is the light.
The press there from Clapped. I think 3 players crowded out to make sure that that passing lane wasn't
full in,
easy.
yeah.
It's not easy at all. Nice salvage there by Dalot. Now, Joshua Xerxes, nice
combination.
one-touch combinations,
but
can't
he's
quite
not
get
giving
it
some
going.
breath. He's just passing. There's no giving time to their players to go and have up the pitch.
Oh, that's
and
a
now,
mistake.
Yeah, big mistake. 2v2, chance for... No, wasn't a great one.
Just missing that polished cutting edge from these two so far.
30 minutes left, Harry. I think we are almost arriving in those moments where substitution will make an impact into the game. Lisandro losing the ball, a counter for Clapped. The chance he was looking for so long. Is Amad Diallo inside the ball, the double touch. Was smart. He cancelled the double touch in the mix, in the middle, to get advantage from, and now the counter. Rasmus Holland, the pass back, looking for Bruno Fernandes. Try to wait their teammates. Kobe Maino. We'll see. Could be a nice one, eh? Oh, it's in. The
Breaks
pass
the
in.
lines for
Rasmus
Bruno.
Holland!
It's in! It's in! How has it snuck in from there? It's a second goal for Rasmus. And it's from the most unlikely of angles. I think it just had so much power on it, Alex. There's no way the keeper could have stopped it.
I mean, to be honest, we have seen Shea Budnak from the very beginning shooting from everywhere. He's aware that he can make dangerous situation for Onana. We saw in the replay, that pass was brilliant, but that one, even though, you know, at this stage, if you do predictable things, Harry, you become normal. But if you do unpredictable things, you become a great player. That's why he's in, you know, lucky things, you never know. Vamos, vamos. Somehow he turns to be Spanish. Great celebration. He knows how much that means. What a way to turn over the score, Harry.
Onana, he did get a hand to it, but by that point there was so much power on it. All he could do, any kind of contact, would have just turned it into his own net.
It was a strong shot. The angle wasn't the best, obviously, but you need to shoot. You need to shoot, and at the end of the day, only one shot made by Clapperby, and now have the pressure that needs 1-2 goals, and the feelings starting to not to be the best, no, from the man from Portugal. They're still capable to do something else. We'll see if now Shea Budnak can control the score. Now he's winning.
Number 8, Bruno Fernandes.
There are those substitutes
Number 25,
you spoke about, Alex. It's unfortunate for Clapt that it's come immediately following that Shamil Bouzy goal. What can Clapt have in response? Garnacho dispossessed by Martinez. Christian Eriksen will try and salvage, but again, he's unsuccessful. Mason Mount introduced. Here's the look at the group tables entering this match. Romy and Guera top of the console group, and there's a chance here for a third goal and a hat-trick for Højlund. Unsuccessful though.
There's less control on the defense from Clappert, now going from the victory, and that will open the door for sure for Shea Budnak to kill the game with a second goal advantage, which seems not easy anyway, Harry. Still on, still on.
Only 15 minutes left. This match has flown by. Garnacho now. And don't forget, Shea Budnak, he conceded first in this game. So was 1-0 down and now finds himself 2-1 up. Has to defend this though. Does so really well. Casemiro. Here's the brace scoring Højlund.
It's been so painful, those runs for the wings. The face of Shaw! He's trying every single time. He have a slot to kick the ball. Shamil Budnak this time with Rasmus Højlund, sorry. Trying their best, but you know, he was with that pressure from the centre back, doesn't let him to shot in a comfortable position.
Just takes off the accuracy, doesn't it?
He was like, come on man, it was so easy there. 10 minutes left. Shea Budnak in a great spot, but the pressure still on. Is clapped by Thiago, the Portuguese, pushing hard, finding the chance he was looking for. Lisandro Martinez, Garnacho. Ball for Shamil Budna, which will beat a little bit that timing, no? Which is running against Klapperby.
You can just see, based on the body language, facial expressions, Clap knows exactly what he faces here. If he doesn't get an equaliser, it's done and dusted. Even if he does and he can't find a winner, it's still really difficult. Not impossible, but
that's it.
It's a tough task.
But let me say, even if you are losing, but you have a great feeling with the game, with your gameplay, it's fine. But I don't see Klapper doing his gameplay. So I feel he's having a hard time to create any single action. So now, with the pressure, you have no feeling with the passes, no feeling with in which part of the pitch you can make advantage for. We'll see. We don't really know how Shamil Budna will control the score, the pressure as well, and the nerves that should appear now.
Just taking the time to make sure everything is perfect for this final run-in, the final 5 or so in-game minutes. Standing between Shamil Bouzy, 8, and 3 points that would keep him in contention.
And the last match day for Shea facing Romy, that could be really interesting, no? To decide who's going to go to the grand final. Now Shamil with Amad Diallo looking for the pass. But it's Joro, the mistake. Oh. The stunning shot! Bam, bam, bam! Oh.
What can you say?
This guy doesn't think twice what to do. When he have this shot, the run, the position. What a banger! What a banger! My goodness. Oh.
Whenever you see that famous purple power bar, you know there is some venom coming your way. Look at this. Onana with no chance.
Simply unbelievable. No, it wasn't that close, but you know, outside the box, almost full purple bar was mean. A stunning shot, putting it into the net. And that deserved that celebration. 2 goals up. Really important for the chances from the man from Israel.
But that is a dagger for Clapped. Straight away following the goal, the strike will be just too tame.
I feel bad for Clapped, but I think this guy is not really showing what he's capable of in eFootball. He's really good. His combination, his tiki-taka, with now having the chance. Clapped by Mason Mount inside the box, the finesse. He was trying to change the side for the finesse. Oh, it's taking so long. Definitely is not the day for Clapp. That will get Koenig now to get closer, to force something imaginary, which could be score 2 goals in 3 minutes.
Has to score from this to make it even remotely possible. It's defended well by Shamil Bouzy. Crossfield by Clapped over to Garnacho. Is there a swan song perhaps here? A final hurrah for Clapped. The man who was the only 2024 world finalist here at the Manchester United Club event console finals. A cheeky wink to the camera. Love that from the 30-year-old. An important 3 points for him. Sees him enter the final heat of fixtures. Still alive. For Clapped, we saw there with the number 10 on the back of his shirt. Sadly, that mathematically eliminates him from contention. We will have to see him, if he's going to feature in this year's World Finals, go some other way. It won't be through the Manchester United Club event.
Definitely, when we see the replays, this was the first goal of Klapperby with that 1-2 combination. Shea Budna missing that following the strike of Rasmus Holland. But besides that, we haven't seen that much from Klapperby that you know, didn't found the way to play through Manchester United squad. And Shea Budna, which the good thing for this, Harry, is like last match day of the group stage. Shea Budna, Romy, with both players playing for go-through. So that will be amazing for us, for the spectator as well. That was a wonderful strike as well. That first time shot Rasmus Holland to the forest post to equalize the match. I mean, this guy has made, almost 10 shots, but it's really nice finishing. I mean, he surprised me most of the time, no? Especially that one, especially the last goal. He had thousands of options. It's like, no, clearly mindset, shooting from everywhere. And at the end of the day, that was predictable from Clapper that had suffered another defeat. And that means he's out of the competition.
Sadly so.
Yeah.
And that was the goal. I mean, at that stage of the second half, it puts you in the driver's seat.
I mean, we had to say that, but lucky doesn't come along. No? He was pushing for that lucky. He was trying, and this time come on his side. That's the point.
That is it, and I think for Clamped it was so difficult at that point, was always chasing the game. This was so good.
Yeah.
It was the cherry on top of the cake. You said after the equaliser, Shea Buzna, it rewarded that kind of celebration. The goal definitely deserved the celebration because it was relief. I think that was pride. He was proud of his work.
I think everyone across the world, we celebrate nowadays with Vamos. I mean, it sounds good. It's my celebration too. Vamos.
I like that.
I love that.
Vamos, Semra.
You just took the words from my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, it was so reminiscent of the days when Alex would celebrate because it was exactly
it is exactly the same.
Alex.
I didn't want to say, but it's like Vamos, Vamos, and Vamos.
But it's not just the word, it's how he does it as well. It is so
explosive,
you.
you know.
Exactly. It was just like,
good
oh
old
my
days,
God.
yeah,
the good
for
old
sure.
days. Well, you can see your legacy has lived on then. It has been carried on through the current group of players. I absolutely love that. It's brilliant. It is the most emphatic victory that we've had on the main stage thus far today, isn't it? So really interesting then. Let's see how things are shaping up in the group stages for console and mobile. Things are looking still very good for Romy and Guera. They're still in the hot seat with 4 points apiece. Shamil obviously was able to pick up those 3 points that keeps him potentially in contention with 2 more matches left to go. Clapped, as the guy has already pointed out, unfortunately he bows out at this stage with no mathematical ability to get into the final for today. Then we've got over mobile, things haven't really changed at all. We have Jamon, who is also got 4 points on the board. Rentao sits behind him with 1 point, and then Good Games has none to his name so far. Of course, that is because they haven't been playing for a while now, so nothing has changed there. But we are going to be heading back over to mobile very shortly. We're going to see a really interesting encounter between those two at the bottom end of the group. Rentao, Good Games, both of whom were the initial favourites going in to Old Trafford, given their pedigree and given the history of what they've done so far in the last couple of seasons. But here they are actually fighting tooth and nail for a place in the grand final.
Yeah, I didn't think we would be at this point at the start of the stream when we saw last year's 1 and 2 from the World Finals in a group. You're thinking, okay, they're probably going to be in the grand finals here, but only one of them can be after the incredible work by the 14-year-old wonder kid from,
Maybe it's because
Thailand.
Jamon was there that day, you know, you don't know. But the thing is that the ecosystem, the eSport and eFootball, they are evaluating with the pass of the time. Now we have new talents, with new opportunities. You know, being the best last year, that doesn't mean you're going to be the best this year automatically. You know? You need to having hard work, discipline, work hard for accomplish, especially to find out new things in your tactics and your game plan to surprise the opponents. No, but the good thing at this time, guys, is like last match day, either on console and mobile, still everything to be decided. So that's positive for us. So, well, let's enjoy. That's the point.
Absolutely. We love it whenever it gets to the stage, the business end of the day, and we still don't have any idea as to what we can expect. It's still also unpredictable. So why don't we find out then what's going to happen in this rematch of what was a huge classic last season. It was the grand finale of the World Finals. It's going to be Good Games and Rentao.
It is not deja vu. It is a new year, a new season, and And these two have gravitated towards one another again. In vastly different circumstances though, Alex, compared to 2024. They were facing off in the grand final, the world final. Now they find themselves in somewhat of an elimination match.
It is.
It's advantage Rentao psychologically because he won the world final last year, but because a draw would be good enough for him in this game. Avoid defeat and you will play in the grand final later. For Gu, he needs to win because he has 1 point less than Rentao in the table. What can you say? It's a cinema.
No, that's the reality of esports, no? Sometimes we think just being at the world final is not that enough, it's not that a big achievement, but ladies and gentlemen, we're still having thousands of players across the world that never ever have played at world finals before. Being there is so difficult. Just the best from the best across the world can make it. And look at this one. One of these two guys, Rentao or Good Games, will go out of this competition now at group stage. And I mean, I don't want to be in their position. No? They know this final has to be treated like a grand final between these two in terms of mentally, in terms of tactically. I'm sure these two have prepared a lot this match at home before coming here to Manchester. But this scenario is slightly different, no? That they were expecting 100%.
It is slightly different. The silver lining for Gu is that although Rentao held up the world title trophy last year, he has the advantage in that he knows what it takes to lift up a club event finals trophy. Rentao had to come through to the world finals through the open qualification system. Gu won the Inter Milan club event finals. So, if there's something to take from that, he knows what it takes to get to the grand finals in this type of competition. For Rentao, obviously he went one further in the world finals, but this one could be blockbuster stuff. Was that a yawn I saw from Rentao? I think he just yawned, Alex.
I mean, yeah, we'll see. I think completely unpredictable game so far. I mean, from some other games you can predict one thing to other things, but this game, mindset, they only know what to do in this kind of scenario. I think be accurate, maybe being able to start strong your game with no mistakes. We'll see. Rentao knew from before the tactics, same for Good Games of Rentao. So we'll see. And I don't know. It's a tough match. I just want to enjoy this match. Having the opportunity at this stage to having such a big two faces playing each other is unbelievable. Out wide from both sides, and we'll see. We'll see if Good Games, the man from Japan, or Rentao will have an extra life today, which is being at the grand final, facing the young teenager from Thailand, Jamon, for a spot at the world finals.
This is great. I'm like you. I want to watch this as a viewer. Sadly, as casters and commentators, we have to lend our expertise.
We counter for
slightly.
Good Games. Okay.
But these two, whenever they go head to head, it's always cinema. And I can't wait to see this. It feels like an elimination final. Of course, with the advantage going to Rentao, as we mentioned, a draw would be enough to see the reigning world champion into our grand final later.
It doesn't sound that bad, but at this kind of level of games, it's not that easy. No, let's see if Rentao can desperate Good Games with his old wide play style, taking his time to build up his play. On the other hand, Good Games will be ready to approach any single mistake from Rentao with those inside passes. So we'll see. Harry, on you. Last match on mobile platform. Good Games with Rentao.
Just seconds away from kickoff. And we're underway. What is at stake is the second spot in the grand final. One of them has been decided already. It will go to the 14-year-old Thai wonder kid waiting for one of these two. Will it be Gu in the home strip, or will it be Rentao? This is really nice combination work by the Japanese on the stage.
And the kickoff is still on, ladies and gentlemen. It's still important, no? The kickoff is still on. So players need to be aware about that. When we see a nice build-up play from Good Games, we're still with that initiative from the very beginning. Rentao need to slow down the pace a little bit, looking for those wingers, but he's doing a great job, Good Games, with that strong pressure.
Yeah, for Rentao, it's almost like you do still want to chase goals in this game, knowing that a draw is enough. You don't want to leave it to the 70th, 80th minute and it still be 0-0 or one apiece, because you just know if you concede next, it's highly likely you could see your chance at the grand finals go by the wayside.
Desperate, Good Games. And it's through. Scobie Minor, the pass back. Diallo, 6. Great block.
The world champion chasing those goals I was alluding to.
Once and again, Rentao with the control of the ball. He's starting to be desperate. Good Games with the second man pressure. It's a Matt Diallo. The cross.
Way.
Deflected. Another chance for Good Games. 6. Harry. The counter could be a great shot for the Japanese. Amad Diallo leaving behind the low. Pass back. Rosberg Hallam. Scobie Minor missing that double touch.
End-to-end stuff between these two. It's almost like they're picking up where they left off in last year's grand finals, the world finals. It's Xerxes! It's Good Games! 30 minutes gone! And Xerxes sets this game on fire, because as it stands, the reigning world champion would be eliminated from the group stages. Look at this.
We said before, no, it's pretty easy from the coach. Harry saying not to avoiding those big mistakes early in the build-up play. Casemiro being so slow with that turn. Great regaining the ball. Great job, Good Games. First time shot, Josa 60. And it's Japan leading over Brazil. And that's putting virtually Good Games into the grand final. But still long to play, for sure.
A goal from Gu. Rei Noguchi.
I know you love to mention his name every single time.
It's just sits in the mouth really nicely. 10 minutes until the half time sees the man from the land of the rising sun in the driver's seat here.
Look at the pass. No, misclicking. He wanted for Shixi. He didn't select well the angle of that pass with his fingers. Just to remember, people at home, there is no controller on eFootball Mobile. Everything is tactically with your fingers over the screen. And that makes it obviously really different and difficult as well to dominate in game. But these guys are really, really good.
Whoa,
and you can't imagine how fast they move their fingers over the screen. Oh my goodness.
Half time.
Half time, yep.
It is Gu 1, Rentao 0. It is a different story from the 2024 World Final,
We are glad to inform you
where
that
Rentao took the title. Here at half-time, Gu is up 1-0, and he needs to win this game.
Definitely. I think Rentao just is not in a really that bad position, but the thing is like he needs initiative to go for it. Go for the goal, the equalizer that will put him into the grand final. But as we see,
he's making a substitute here at half-time, which maybe on console you would expect it's not worth doing. But here on mobile, we saw a pause queued up in his game against
yeah, because game is shorter at the end, 6 minutes game's length. If you don't make substitution now, maybe it goes too far and you get into the 70s if you haven't made substitution. So yeah, it's pretty smart just to make 1-2 substitution right now. And it's time to go. Second half is Rentao for the kickoff.
Oh, and he's crossing here early on towards Hoyland.
We haven't seen really domination in those aerial balls. Rasmus Holland, Circe haven't had a big percent of victory those headers, no, in front of the center backs, which are doing a great job. The corner kick, we'll see Harry.
Bruno to I'd say swing it in. That was kind of flat towards the danger area. And now Gu can break.
Always the mistake. Now the counter of the counter. Now for Rentao, the Brazilian. The stunning cross.
Whoa, well done.
Yeah.
Well done defensively, but it's that second ball he can't quite get out.
I feel the nerves of both sides.
It's gotten quite loose, hasn't it, up there on the stage?
It's difficult to be accurate, Harry, at this point.
Neither man can really settle the game down at this stage.
We see good games with some substitution. 2 Demiev, 3 Demiev. Look at that. At this level, against this opponent, seeing how difficult it is to score a goal, I will not lose that score. Really defensive tactic for sure, but you need to save the score. So let's see if Rentao can avoid those strong through lines. That is good games putting into the match right now.
I think Rentao here just taking a moment to steady himself, realise where he is, be a bit more mindful about the task at hand, because I don't think he was looking at his phone screen there. He's not really too concerned about what Gu is doing. He's mostly mentally preparing himself for the challenge and the task that remains here in the second half.
Surely. The thing is, like, he's able to score Harry equalizer. The screen will be that loud. Nah. Oh my goodness. We'll see.
If he didn't lose his voice before, he might lose it if he can find that equalizer.
35 minutes left of this game, of this crucial game between these two. Only one will go through the grand final.
Well, Gu is struggling to keep the ball, but he survives that scenario.
Kubi might know. This seems to be a striker. Look, show! Deflected, still on the second chance. Matt Ragui winning the header. Now they can't. They're going half up the pitch, connecting with Josa Circe. Is Rentao connecting with Bruno Fernandes, but no, Harry Maguire regaining that ball and his chance possession for the Japanese for good games.
Xerxes down to Kobe Mainu.
Nice ball in, Harry, there's the chance.
Look at this space here for Gu as Hoyland can't get a strike away. De Ligt will have to play it back to his keeper.
See, really open the game. Bruno Fernandes' speed is not that high. Look at the pressure
nice
on the line, the passing. Josa Circe! ¿Qué hizo? It says Rentao. He can't believe it. He can't catch that through ball. That will mean a potential goal.
It is still poised on a knife edge here. A goal from either side would seal the fate of these two, you'd imagine, with how much time is left on the clock. Right now, it is Gu heading to the grand finals, but if we can see a world champion goal here, it could change. He has to defend this first.
It could be like the vendetta for the grand final last year. Circe is Rentao. 3v3, the light again.
The one man you don't want to run into in that scenario.
And we feel the voices from Rentao, the pressure. He knows he's over the limit because the possession and good games could keep the score. Now is Rasmus Haaland. No, Joro with that clear. Now one blue bar for good games, one red bar for Rentao. Diallo, Harry, on you.
Inside to Mason Mount. He's got a double touch up his sleeve. Can't find the appropriate moment to use it. Bruno dispossessed. Gu, will it be revenge? The ball is so far up the pitch, the keeper's not coming for it. I think this one is done, and it is revenge from the 2024 World Final. Gu rewrites the script and will feature in the final later on.
And a quick reminder today,
for Rentao, it is misery. He came in here with high hopes of securing a World Finals berth and represent Manchester United. He said he wanted to bring the world title back to Old Trafford. That is not possible now.
Yeah, at the end of the day, these two were overcome by the young Thailand player in the group stage. But, you know, in this last fight, this last battle between these two fantastic players that we wish to give them a big applause. They were unbelievable. This time, it went from the young Japanese. Good games, which is getting into the grand final. And, yeah, but at the end of the day, Rentao wasn't pushing over the limit his opponent as he usually does, no, Harry? So that makes you in a room where those details, when you have not that initiative, it makes a difference. When we see the replay of that bam score from Joshua 60 in first half, it was the unique goal that we have seen during the whole match, and the celebration from Good Games.
It was great to see. For Gu
That one,
San,
if he controlled the balls, he will protect it with the defender at the back. And that was keys.
Couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And to be honest, I couldn't either. I was expecting an
smile
input.
because I feel him. You know what I mean? It's like we all have thought the same on that situation. Things happens.
It's great to see Gusan with Gusan-san on the back of his Manchester United shirt. Have you seen that? That's fun. That is very fun.
Each other.
I like that a lot. But there we go.
That's competition, and this format, it forces you to be on fire every single match, Harry, and that's it. You need to try it. Still more chances for Rentao, still more club event, the regional finals at the end of May, still not over.
Yeah, we're around the halfway point of the club event so far, but you don't want to be left without a seat once that music stops, Semra, because the earlier you can secure your World Finals berth, the more you can prepare and mentally prepare yourself for being in Japan in July.
And I tell you what, Rentao is not going to be one of those that'll be looking to do the same, because as it stands, as of this present moment, the reigning champion has just been dethroned. So unless he finds a way to get into another club competition, that means he's not going to be there in Japan. That means it's there for the taking, right? I mean,
well, it's a tough task. I believe he will find a way, maybe through the regionals online back in May. He will have a chance. He will have a chance there.
Important note on that, when you think about who else is in his region, I mean, Juninho is already in the World Finals, so he won't have to face Juninho in his regional finals. So,
and Tienes are the only two already made under the World Finals. Big names anyway, so there's no lucky to get into the World Finals. You need to prove it if he's here. In every kind of club event finals or in the regional at the end of the season.
But definitely back to the drawing board, I think, for Rentao.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still not a contention. He still has an opportunity to retain his crown. That is very much a viable prospect. But at least as it stands right now with Manchester United, that is obviously no longer going to be an option for him. Well, let's see who is doing what so far as we head into this final match of the group stage. Can you believe it? We've made it this far already. I feel like the day has just flown by, hasn't it? I mean, it's unbelievable. It's been 5 matches already, right? Or
yeah, exactly. Into the 6th one, and what a match as well. No, it's perfect. No, in our plans, Romy facing Shamil now, that came in a great shape after that victory versus Clapped. And look at that, these two having everything over the table now to get into the grand final. And the seriousness, nerves, anxiety a little bit, because you want to go there and play and give your best. You know, we said before, Harry, those moments are not for everyone.
Which one of the two of them do you think are gonna make it in?
Oh, that's tough. You can't put us on the spot like that, Semra.
I'm putting you on the spot like that, sorry.
I'm going to say, based on what I've seen, Romy has been very impressive. Now, the other thing I've seen is Shay is not wearing his earphones anymore. And I'm a man of tradition.
That's your key.
If you break tradition, it's like nothing new on game day. You don't wear new anything. You don't have a new controller. You don't wear new underwear. You keep everything the same. A superstition. So yeah, based on that alone, I'm gonna say Romy.
I believe Romy will know how to stop that formation from Shay, and I bet Romy too.
Okay, well there you go. 2 for Romy and none for Shamil, unfortunately. But who knows? Maybe he has a thing to say. We'll find out now. So why don't we go ahead and get ready for our final match of the group stage then for today at Shamil against Romy. Enjoy.
Here in match number 6 of the live stream, it will be Romy against Shamil, our Eastern Asia qualifier and our Western Asia qualifier to this event. And we saw the group tables a moment ago, Alex, but for those who are just joining right now, the mission here is simple for Shay. On your screen, if you beat the man in front of you, you guarantee yourself in the grand final. Anything less than that, you're leaving it up to the hands of what happens in the other game. Of course, we have Clapped, who's eliminated, taking on Guera, but if you get a draw here, there is a chance if Clapped steals a result and then goal difference comes into play. I think the mentality is simple. You just have to win this game. If you win this game, you're in the grand final.
No, definitely. No, a victory from Clappe will open, over Guera will open the door for these two, from Romy and Shay, to get into the grand final. That is something that we'll be sharing with the people at home during the match. The reality is, like Cito, 2 points, where Shay's strength is to make uncomfortable his opponent. But with that 5 center back from Romy, I will say those wingbacks, those fullbacks will get closer to the winger of Shay Budna, and that will force Shay to play more over the center, and that is where he's not that OP nowadays. So beside that, there's 2 options. Maybe Romy feels uncomfortable because his fullbacks are too far, and he needs to get in closer to the wingers, and then beside that, I think there's everything on the table of Romy. If he's able to manage the control of the game, to put his identity into the match, he will have the initiative and he can maybe score the lead. But no one can expect that from Shay Budna. He beat Clapped in a massive way, dominating the match overall, making him uncomfortable. Why not? Once again, no? So we said Romy, but I mean, at this point,
it's possible.
Everything is possible. I mean, details will make the difference so far.
I have a question for you. When we saw Shamil, it's actually, we're preparing for kickoff here. When we saw Shay take on Clapped, we saw him have a lot of success with the switching of the play, looking for the likes of Garnacho down the wing on the other side. Do you think he'll have the same success here against Romy, or do you think the fullbacks getting closer to the wingers will prevent that?
That's the point, because the fullback for Romy go hype up the pitch a lot. So if he don't finish his chances, he will still have the same problem, because the winger for Shay Budna will be ready every single time. So it's all about if Romy can create chances and finish them. If this is happening during the whole match, I think Romy can control the game. If he starts not to finish their chances over the counters, Shay will start to be better and better and getting some confidence. That's true that when you have 5 center back, you have the advantage that you can go wrong with one of the defenders and you still having another one defending your back. So we'll see. Game on. The last one of the group stage. The Israeli Shay Budna facing the Indonesian Romy for a spot into the grand final.
Well, they say matchups make matches. We will see a clash of play styles here as kickoff has come and gone. It is Romy in the away strip in possession early. And it will be Shay Budna from Israel. In the home strip, did have kickoff possession, but
for
gave
Romy.
it away
It's
early.
A good one,
Bruno here for Romy! Ooh, wide! That is wide. And a let-off for Shamil Bouzi.
This is typical finishing from Indonesia with normal shot, just opening the angle to the wrong foot and almost in. That was a nice try.
Sliced it a little bit in the end, Bruno, but that will give Shamil something to think about.
Romy seems really focused into the match. He's a really calm guy, even when he scores, doesn't celebrate that much, but he's really smart. So we'll see if he can able to put that smart action and movement into the right moment, which is now in front of his opponent. Casemiro with a super cancel just to make Shay Budna move to left to side. Another counter. Look at that, how close is Diego Dalot. That's the point. He's closer, he can catch those runs.
Let me tell you, Alex, we are blessed to have you on the commentary.
But look at this one, nobody there.
This is a mistake
the
potentially by Romy. The way you're able to pick apart the tactics is exactly as you predicted. Now, Romy would love to give himself that extra bit of cushioning. He's not guaranteed to be in the grand final just yet, so we'll play this as if it's any other match.
And now look at the map downtown. There is one closer. The left back is closer. Something that happened that didn't happen from Clappett before. So that was an easy pass for Shea Buzna every single time.
We need to show us a different dimension here, Shea Buzna, if he's going to take down
Nice
the
ball.
Indonesian of
Kobe
Romy.
Maino.
Kobe
Inside the
Maino
box.
into the box here. Dello for company. Oh, it's still alive! And it is the Indonesian striking first. Joshua Zirkzee will get the second chance strike into the net and put all the pressure onto Shea Buzna.
Same that Shea is forcing his opponent to have a hard time defending. This time he wasn't aware of that long run from Kobe Maino, that CMF box-to-box showtime card. Opening the left-hand side, no one protecting him, and the secondary chance after that rebound. It came the ball to Joshua Zirkzee to put it into the net. 1-0, and we saw the celebration from Romy saying with the face like, well, yeah, the rebound, it was a clear chance. Great goal, Indonesia leading. But yeah, it's worth it, it's fair. I got the rebound, and it's Romy leading, and a great situation. I think Shea Buzna now needs to think about he has no superiority attacking, and he's on a disadvantage when he's defending. So, new situation for him.
What different dimension can he show us to overcome this really difficult opponent here? Romy has been very impressive. The referee's brought this one back for an infringement. Looks like Kobe Maino into the book for Romy.
You maybe now can be faster on your decision, your timings, or your intensity, or activating plan B. There's no room, because if you keep at the same rhythm, at the same pace, Romy's there waiting for you.
It's been exactly that so far in the opening 20 minutes. If you're just joining us, Romy just needs to draw this match and he will be in the grand final later on. What is at stake is a chance to represent Manchester United at the World Finals as the club event champion. You need to win the grand final later on in order to get that honour.
Oh, look at that, nice ball. And look at the superiority with those long runs. Diego Dalot, Bruno Fernandes.
Looks so sharp, doesn't he,
And when
Romy?
he got to the left, it was the left back joining the attack. I mean, the formation is working. It's a mobile formation so far. In console, not many people using it. But maybe after today, Harry, a lot will start to use this 5 centre-back formation.
25 minutes gone.
Oh, miss pass, I would say.
And what is happening, of course, in the competition room, just beyond the practice room, is that Guera will be playing clapped,
Nice ball.
and that's a nice ball cut out. The other match in this group will be going on at the same time. Guera will be liking the scoreline he sees right now. Here's the group stage results
1-1
up
Guera
to
clap
this
right now.
stage. 1-1, as you say, that's a close one.
That put Guera into the grand final. Shea Buzna needs a goal and a victory from clap by over Guera.
He's had plenty of possession here. The referee has played advantage. None to be seen, though.
But that's lovely, no? Those tactically advantage or disadvantage depend on opponent, depend the information you're using. I'm really obsessed to understand what's going on every single time.
Well, it's the difference maker at these club event finals, Alex, because we see the different regions come in and give their different spins on all the different clubs and the personnel and the cards
and every
available.
country plays in a different way. So not just the region, every country. I mean, that's unbelievable, and that's why it makes this competition so difficult, because you come here, you have practice with your region players. Now different story. You can't predict someone play with 5 center backs at this stage, for example. So yeah, that's why the highest stage is always a tough task. You know? It's like being here is so difficult. Winning here even more. Being at the World Finals is so really difficult. But winning the World Championship, that's next level. So those stages is where the player needs to start to get experience for. No? It's so difficult to just be at the World Finals winning it at first time.
Garnacho gets a booking for Shamil Bouzi, trying to prevent that counter-attack. 10 minutes until half-time. In towards Xerxes, Ireland trying to get it under his control. Casemiro will bring it
10 minutes left
towards the defence of the Israeli here.
Nice, pretty. Oh, the mistake.
That's a big mistake.
Purple
power bar doubles the advantage.
And we got the feeling that from there's no reason to estimate a pass. And yes, what a banger. Romy, Zeus Romy, scoring 2 goals up from the man from Indonesia.
Just compounds the misery for Shea. He knew he needed to win this game, but that type of mistake at this level is too costly. He stood off his man as well, invited that stunning strike. And when you see the purple power bar, you know there's some added zip on the input that follows. And you see the misery for the 30-year-old on the stage. 5 minutes until half-time. It is the Indonesian in full control here.
5 minutes left.
Ireland, who has been quite quiet this game. It's been mostly Xerxes providing the threats for Romy, giving him a bit of a different dimension. Look at the man on the far side. Can't quite get the ball to him, though.
Nice matchup with Lisandro Martinez for Romy. Sherwood now haven't created a single action already into the match. It could be this one. Amad Diallo for Rasmus Holland, the first time shot. He's trying that one. He's trying to have a same mindset compared to the previous game. But in front, we are seeing a really, really solid version of Zeus Romy. It's not giving a room of a chance of his opponent.
In
nice
stoppage
ball.
time, as that one is offside.
Yeah.
And what is the game plan here for Shamil Bouzi? You get to half-time, it's going to be 2-0 unless you can fashion a chance here.
Yeah.
You've got to show a different plan to your opponent. Here's Bruno Fernandes at the end of the first half. Can he half the deficit? He's got so many people following him. The answer to the question is no. And Romy, thanks to the Xerxes brace, will enter half-time up 2-0.
And in the meantime, we are having an update from the games playing on the offline. This sounds really good for Guera chances, no? Because the victory of Romy will put automatically Guera into the grand final. So we'll see, no? Solid version of Romy, and now is Sherwood now putting 3 strikers all together to make something different, to make some putting some difficulties over a guy which is really solid, confident, not really that many emotion. No, we refer obviously to Romy, and he's, you know, chilling with that position you referred before, Harry, at the chair.
I've heard it called all kinds of different things. I play it at home. I know it as Indian style. Some people know it as Turkish style, just where you play cross-legged on the chair.
I mean, it's good enough, right? But for me, I can't keep like 2 or 3 hours on that position. I need to keep moving. Maybe I need to work over my flexibility.
Hip flexors, I think it is.
Maybe that's my problem. Yep. Yeah, I think so. I found it here, covering the Manchester United finals. Here we go. Second half. Romy, the man from Indonesia, leading 2 goals up over the Israeli Shamil Bouzi. Sherwood now.
Second half now. It has been all Romy. Everything but going his way, and it's the right mindset, I think, to have to go in and win every single match, or at least try to, because you don't want to come in thinking, oh, a draw is enough. Hoyland on the ball for it now. Xerxes just tries to do too much. I think this will be a free kick.
It will be. It will be. That super cancel finesse from Romy was wonderful. Let's see the free kick, eh? Bruno Fernandes, many options to do. We'll see.
He's a set-piece specialist, isn't he, the Portuguese?
The pass to Rasmus Holland, shot! To the wrong side. Onana was waiting exactly there. Nice set piece.
Really nice.
Yeah, because it's difficult to switch to Crusoe quickly to go for the pressure in that short, small space of time. And yeah, well done, well done. Almost in. A potential third goal will be too much for Shamil now.
It looks like, if any way, the next goal would come the way of Romy to really put his stamp on this group. Bruno Fernandes dispossessed.
Taking so long. Those churns from Bruno. Now the counter, Harry.
Back to Bruno. And it's
Really,
just been relentless here from Romy. He has been turning the screw.
And the
Diego
cross. No.
Dalot.
He decided for the trick and a little behind the defender. But overall, Harry, we have seen that a really comfortable position for Romy. That have room for risk, chances, made something new, and now looking for the third one.
And you called it before the game, Alex. It's very, very difficult to allow your game style to translate from player to player. When they play a different tactic that kind of nullifies your biggest strength, it can be difficult to adjust. Here's Diallo, though.
I will say that it's better to play versus Guera because the tactic than against Romy. I think it's the perfect tactic. The one from Romy to stop all the single attack from Shamil now. So it's the perfect counter.
Speaking of counters, there was a chance. But it has been mostly Romy. There is signs of life here, though, from Shamil. And let me tell you, there is plenty of time to get 2 goals in this game. But the problem is there's not really been clear-cut chances for Shea here at Old Trafford, here in this match. It's been really Romy that's looked the more comfortable and confident of the two.
Nice one, eh? But yeah, we're in those moments that maybe Shea needs a break, a pause, just to, you know, some fresh legs, just to think about it, because time is running. No one is really connecting some passes, action, but it's positive. This is really positive for Romy, who has advantage in the score.
Bruno Fernandes looking for that cross-field ball.
That's a desperate action.
It worked for him earlier against Clap,
solution.
But you can't quite connect with it against Romy. As you said, the tactics just vastly different.
At the end, think about it. You have 5 players. It's impossible to not to have one of them close to your wingers. It's Romy now with a chance to pass in. Kobe Maino regaining that ball.
15 minutes left. No pause queued up either.
No. This is slow pace part of the game is really smart from Romy, because it's what the game needs. And now, yes, substitution, 15 minutes left. We see the shape of now after change for first time before the formation. It's slightly getting into a new one. 2 center strikers. Kobe Maino up front. It's almost all in, no? In terms of eFootball. But no, it could be even more if he start to play 3 center backs. But if you haven't practiced that match, it's not
it's difficult.
Recommended. Yeah.
It's difficult. You also have to remember Shea doesn't have any idea what's happening in the Guera match either.
Right.
So,
but he knows he needs to win.
He knows he needs to win.
I mean, draw,
to keep it within his own
but
hands.
no, win, basically.
So, yeah, I think this is wise. He has now transitioned to that 3 at the back. Commit another volley forward. Needs to happen, really.
The thing is, like, facing that 5 center back from Romy, unless you start to regaining the counter from Romy, is not that advantage to play 3 defender backs versus that 5 defenders from Romy. It's more about to accumulate 5 strikers, to have one of your players next to each defender of Romy, and try to be better in that 1v1 situations. It's not easy, but which is more difficult is to be that good attacking with that Romy formation.
It is definitely not easy. And we saw a similar type of scenario in the match we just saw
Substitution on the field.
between Gu and Rentao on mobile, where Gu was trailing in the group and needed to win.
Number 20,
He was able to do so against the world
coming on
champion.
the field. Number
For
7,
Shea, it's proven
the
quite
free
difficult. He goes
kick!
straight for goal, but I think Anana there, evenly matched. Saw it from distance.
Eriksson. Substitutions taking place.
Finally connecting those passes. It's just a 60, but it was Romy waiting for that turn. 11.
So congested in that back five.
Plus
It almost
additional
becomes
time.
a back 7, back 8 when you add in those defensive midfielders as well.
We'll see. Desperate situation for Shea that maybe, I don't know. An early goal now could force the situation over the limits. We'll see. Oh,
But if Mason Mount keeps stepping
And
up
that's it.
like that,
That's
that
it.
could be it. And that is it.
clinical. The man from Indonesia, Zeus Romy, putting in 3-0. And Matt Diallo, and this guy is still chilling because he knows the goal is not done yet. He's looking for the glory, which is wins today. Later on, the grand final, the console platform. Wonderful play. That pass and ran from Diallo. Great pass for Rasmus Holland. Nothing for Shea that sadly will say bye-bye to this Manchester United club event finals.
Of course, we downplay it because the scoreline now is 3-0, but that goal was fantastic. Really was. Nice finish. The build-up was amazing, but with that, of course, Lunar New Year campaign, Diallo, he's got really nice finishing and stats all round. Used to perfection to finish off that move by Romy, who will, it's looking like, will face Guera. In fact, it's guaranteed now he will face Guera
What a
in the
final
grand
will be.
final. It will be amazing. We couldn't split them earlier
Because
on. We have to split them this time.
Their match before was amazing as well. And having it in the final will be glory for our eyes, not for all the fans, eFootball fans, spectators, players who want to learn, no, from the best player across the world.
Will there be a final chance?
Yes,
A goal?
it is.
There will. No celebration from Shamil because he knows, in the grand scheme of it, it means nothing. But he will end at least on a high points for himself
Once
with
he
this
connects,
goal on the stage.
when he connects those passes, we definitely will give to him the trophy as the best finisher so far of the day. Yeah? He doesn't need that much. Look at that.
Yeah, all it
Just a
takes.
60 left for in a weird positioning as well.
Just a glimpse of goal is all he needs, but
Totally.
that's the reaction. Maybe a bit of regret.
He has to be proud of it. I mean,
Oh,
his
yeah.
performance just to be here is so difficult. And about facing such a big names of the scene of eFootball is not easy, definitely.
Still a chance we may see him feature at the World Finals later on in
look
the
at that.
summer. He's still
going for the
coming
second.
forward here as Hoyland's not giving up just yet.
Rocambole's shot into the defense, but Harry.
That is it. It is a date with the grand final for Zeus Romy. He will win the match 3-1. Will end the group stages undefeated.
And we'd like to inform you now
With
that the latest
7
travel information
points.
is currently being
Very
displayed
strong.
on the
Not that
screen.
bad, yeah.
Very strong indeed.
It says a lot, no? I think told by themselves how strong is the Indonesian community. We said before, Romy has competed international stage before. He's been runner-up on the Indonesian national competition, which is, let's say, the most difficult national competition across the world. And when you come here, you need to prove it. And he's definitely proving. Just be at the final is a great achievement, but especially in this format, the runner-ups doesn't get anything special. No, Harry, just the winner. And meantime, it's unbelievable to see. Well, yeah, let's check it out. The replay of the match when we saw the first one. chance onto target for Romy, almost in with that simple left foot shot by Bruno Fernandes. And this fantastic run for Maino and the rebounding.
I think when you see that goal go in, you see Romy downplay the celebration. Psychologically, I think Shamil Bouzi probably thought, yeah, I'm up against a different kind of beast here. I don't think my game plan will work as well as I intended. And when you concede first, especially after a chance in the opening 5 minutes, I mean, you give away possession, this stunning strike. I mean, the first half was all Romy, and he's well deserving of his grand final spot.
He blocked the strength of his opponent from the first chance of the game. So when that happens, if you don't find a plan B, and that we clearly saw that Shea didn't, that's it. That's football. You have your plan, and you need to overcome your opponent with your plan. And it wasn't working for Shea now because Romy in front was so solid, clear mindset, dominating almost all the resources from the game, having different ways to get in, calm as well, patient,
very calm,
and he's fairly enough deserved to be in the grand final so far.
Yeah, really nice finish there, topping off an amazing move by Diallo. And then I think we saw a glimpse of what Shea really can bring to the table, albeit it was in the 89th minute, so it didn't really mean too much in the end in terms of a final result, but it gave us a glimpse of perhaps the future. If we can see Shea maybe perhaps make it to another club event finals, we could see him potentially even make it to the world finals. There's still opportunities, but either way, we're now joined, Alex, by someone you know quite well. It's Romy, one of our grand finalists. Congratulations.
We have someone really serious at the moment, but that's for a reason. No? This guy come here to Manchester to become the champion. Romy, congratulations to make it into the grand final. First of all, how do you feeling overall tournament, last match?
Yeah, feeling good. I can show the group stage. Yeah, but it's not done yet. I have to focus for the grand final. Yeah.
Now, grand final versus Guera, Brazil, Indonesia. Guera, Romy, 1-1 on the group stage. And now the final, what do you expect? You will do something different to surprise him?
Yeah, let's see, Alex.
Oh, let's see. All right. It sounds interesting. Now, this guy...
Keeping his cards close to his chest, eh?
That's the
Doesn't want
point.
to give anything away. Smart man.
Any message from your community, your people back home in Indonesia? Any message? Your time.
Can I use with
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih banyak sudah sampai grand final. Ya, ini bukan hanya dari usaha saya, melainkan sampai saat ini bisa sejauh ini, terutama ada istri, ada orang tua juga yang doain. Ya, sekali lagi selangkah lagi tolong doain, dukung saya untuk bisa jadi perwakilan MU di Jepang nanti. Amin.
That's it, clearly. A message from the Garuda and all people behind you there in Indonesia.
Sure.
Lovely to see. Great community, great people. I was lucky to be part of this environment and community so far not that much time ago. So we'll see. Harry, Senra, what expect from us in the grand final in a few moments.
Well, we certainly can expect to see this man right here, but he's going to have a little bit of downtime now because we actually will be starting with Mobile. They'll be up first for that big final. Very quickly, you can see the full breakdown then of how the day has unfolded from the group stage as we now head into the business end of the day. We have the two big finals up first. We said it's going to be Mobile, which is on the bottom half of your screen. Jamon versus Gu Games, and then later on that will be followed by Romy, as we were just speaking to there, and Guera. So certainly exciting to see how this all ends up. As you were talking about at the beginning of the day for Mobile, there's an opportunity for Japan to actually have somebody represent the country, even though they already have representatives in console, so there could be a nice sort of balance on both sides there, on both platforms. But nonetheless, he's going to be taking on a super exciting young talent who has really just blown all of us away, pulling results out of the bag, a win, a draw, undefeated in the group stage. So, you know what? Considering what he did against Gu Games as well,
Yep.
I mean, you've got to say he's the favourite going to this one.
He's definitely the outlier. When you look at the four finalists we have here, we highlighted at the start of the day, Romy, coming from a strong Indonesian region, has the experience behind him as well. Guera, multiple-time world champion. You had the world champion and the runner-up from last year in mobile, and then the man, the 14-year-old
really
wonder kid, Jamon, just coming through. And as you said, didn't care. He didn't care he was the outlier, didn't care he was the dark horse. He just said, I'm me. I'm 14 years old and I'm here to win. He knocks out the world champion, has a chance to knock out the runner-up next as well.
Do you reckon that he will though, Alex?
I mean, I don't know what's happened, but I'm sure he'll be messaging his brother so far from the moment he was qualified. Just to, brother, you look at that. I keep playing like this because I'm sure his brother, older than him, has an impact into his gameplay because they play really similar. They both are potential world finalists. And happy to jump, bro, so far from home there in Bangkok, with just one game ahead to be at the world final where you, as his brother, you were last year. I mean, it has to be a huge situation for the whole family, you know, back then. So, I mean, pretty amazing. We see the players almost ready.
Look at that
grand
smile.
Final.
Just look at that smile. You can see that he's trying to contain himself, but he can barely keep it together. He's looking over at Good Games and he's thinking, is this really happening? Am I really here? I'm in my first ever final. We have to remember, he's making a debut at this stage. He's the youngest player.
Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. The bloodline is strong in that family in terms of eFootball talent, but we haven't had a chance yet so far to talk about Gu and his new hair. It's amazing.
This aura 100%. We said this morning is that it does mean something.
Maximum
You
aura.
come for the win if you dress like that.
Exactly.
So now, I mean, he has to be super motivated, no? Leaving behind Rentao that you weren't able last year. Having in the final someone with, you know, he has not that much experience. Is like, this is mine. No, I'm sure in his mind he's thinking, this is my opportunity right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest thing is kind of overcoming his demons.
That's it.
Having lost to the world final.
That
would have stung. Losing the world final last year to Rentao, that would have haunted him for a while. I think he can forget about that now and look forwards.
Well, speaking of looking forwards, he is certainly looking to make a grand entrance through the tunnel here. So why don't we hand you then over to the two guys for the first grand final of the day for mobile. It's going to be Jamon against Good Games.
For the last time today, these two emerge from the tunnel. Here at Old Trafford, the theatre of dreams, we will see one dream come true. One of these two men from the continent of Asia will represent the Red Devils at the World Finals in Asia, in Tokyo, in July. Last year, Gu came agonizingly close, was one game away from entering this season as the reigning world champion, was runner-up then. Now the man who stands in his way is 14-year-old Jamon. An amazing story.
Behind it is unbelievable.
What can you say?
I mean, that's life. No, I think especially at that age, you have no things to be worried about. You have no things to be concerned about. You know, trash talk between players, rivalities. You just go there, put your gameplay on the phone and prove it. What you prove from home, no? So that's simply unbelievable. And that's where you find out the new challenging opportunities for the young ones and for the veterans as well. Because, Gu is just 21 years old, but compared to Jamon, it's a different story in terms of experience. So we'll see. Grand final, best of one. Winner takes all right now. In case we draw, we're gonna jump into extra time, and if not, nothing is decided, penalty shootout, and that's simply unbelievable.
Yeah, very well highlighted, Alex. It is knockout football rules from now on. Our final two games of the stream will indeed feature extra time and penalties. It was a long time, a few hours ago, since these two last matched up at the top of the stream. These two were the show opener here at Old Trafford. It ended 2-1 to the 14-year-old Jamon in that particular contest. There's been a little bit of time since Gu secured his place in the final for him to reflect and maybe reassess the game plan here against his opponents. It's so tantalizing. It's up for grabs for both of these two men.
I see a scenario which, if Gu games still with the same formation, the 4 center backs, he will still having a hard time to defend against German. But the thing is, like, he will be as sharp in front of the goal as he wasn't during the whole group stage. That will be the key, no? Because as we remember, for people at home, on group stage, the first game between these two was 2-0 at the halftime for the man from Thailand, and then the second half was obviously dominated by Gu games, but quite late, not as strong as his opponent. So that's the point, no? Approach your timings where you are stronger than your opponent, scoring your chances. But the thing is so fun to watch, no? These two different scenarios for this fantastic player, and only one will leave that wonderful trophy that split them into the stage. And we see formation, same formation for Gu games, 4 center back, 4-2-2-2, and the 5 center back for the man from Thailand, Jamon, that have a chance. Harry, think about it. 14 years old, you get into the World Finals. I mean, not life change, but I'm sure thousands of opportunity will be open for this young guy in terms of potential pro contracts and way more opportunities, no? And especially in such a strong country in terms of eFootball, which is Thailand, either on console and mobile.
We'll be joining some very storied names as some of the youngest competitors to make a World Finals appearance. We're talking, of course, Austri Butch's brother, of course, Zico, only one Zico.
Yep.
Etorito, they have both gone on to, after featuring at a World Finals at a young age, sub-17, have gone on to have pro careers. What is in store for the career of Jamon, 14 years old, up against the 21-year-old Gu 38 games? It is the grand final of the mobile platform here at Old Trafford to find out who will represent Manchester United at the eFootball Championship 2025 World Finals.
And when we see now Gu games on possession, Harry, things matters, and those details, the first score will be a great impact into the match. And now the chance into the box, Kobe Maino, still the rebound. It's Gu games, Joro finally clearing the ball for German.
It is Jamon in the home strip, having to defend here early into the first half. It was completely different when these two met in the group stages. It was Gu having to defend for large periods of the first half.
Nerves, Harry. Those misclipped passes. Gu games has to have a great job running back with the midfielders. But now the mistakes you see, looking for Bruno Fernandes, a great deflected and tackled by Lisandro Martinez.
Kobe Maino here now for Gu. He started the game strongly. Luke Shaw trying to join the attack. Oh, that's an early ball towards Højlund. Connection not quite there on that occasion, but good heads-up idea.
Seems that Gu has learned from before. Not that big superiority. I will say completely equal this start of the game from between these two in the grand final.
Of course, here at the Manchester United Club Event Finals, Gu was the only one to win a club event finals last year across both mobile and console. He was the Inter Milan club event champion last year, so he knows what it takes to get this done.
Block.
Good defending.
Yeah, especially Gu having a lot of people there. That is easy to deflect. The fake shot, trying the open space for that finishing of Joshua Zirkzee. Jamon, which is trying, and now the chance, the possession for Gu games, taking more time to build up his play. Now Luke Shaw predicting, but losing quickly the ball. 10 minutes left, Harry.
Yeah, the first half flying by, disappearing like a flash in front of our eyes. Mainu trying to knock it towards Højlund. Oh, that's really risky from Gu.
Yeah, that's the point of mobile everywhere. No, in eFootball, it's like how much you will risk to take advantage for, potentially conceding a goal that will be a KO. So that's the thing at this level. No, if you play really conservative, maybe you don't create anything.
Smartly done by Gu, all the way back to the goalkeeper. Attacking down this left side now is Luke Shaw. Who can he find? Kobbie Mainoo with the 1-2. That's really nice. Right at the stroke of half-time. The cross cleared away, and the referee says first half over and done with. Not a single shot
but
on target.
I love that one. That last one from the back. A lot of combination from Gu Games. Joining the attack from the left-hand side with Luke Shaw for that standing cross that sometimes is unpredictable and almost in. Second half kickoff for Gu Games.
Exactly as you called it. Gu will attack the right-hand goal here in the second half. Jamon will attack the other side, of course. Has to defend his goal first. Gu with the patience here. Casemiro. Really quick, zippy passes here by the Japanese. Luke Shaw inside to Mainoo. Joshua Zirkzee. Oh, nice. That's really nice. And it's the opening goal. It's Gu-san again, striking in the final of a club event. 1-0.
And that's the celebration from someone who has the lead, in the grand final. That tree, it becomes perfect at this stage. Fake shot before control. Joshua Zirkzee putting the shot into the net. Impossible to defend from Jamon. And this time, for first in the day, is the Japanese. Gu Games leading over Jamon, and now has to react. So we'll see. Kick off for him.
Well, the 14-year-old facing some adversity here in the grand final. Hasn't had too many spells of attack to look for. And I think that one is a bit of a miss kick. No rewards following the opportunity from the kickoff.
Playing Shaw. Gu Games trying to open the pressure and the formation of Jamon. Now look at the run, Diallo. Look at the speed. Højlund, Zirkzee going back to Rasmus Højlund. They pass back to Amad Diallo. Even missing the interception with the matchup. He's regaining the ball, Jamon. Which now the run is he was going along.
You can see the nerves from both sides.
He's maybe too much used to pass, and doesn't see the action.
Difficult angle to try and feed that one through to Højlund, but this game is incredibly open.
Nice one. The fake shot, the extra pass, Zirkzee! Great block, great defended by Gu Games.
Well done, you can see the cursor come across and just block that lane. Kobbie Mainoo now for Gu Games. 20 minutes from another trip to the World Finals.
Nice ball, eh?
Højlund into the box. Oh, that touch lets him down.
Yeah, that control. It went too far. Substitution time, 20 minutes 15 left on this grand final on the mobile platform. You know, guys, it goes quickly, yes. But look at the level. We'll see if there is something else for Jamon or for Gu Games to securing the victory and the spot into the World Finals. Come on, Harry. It's almost the end of the mobile platform. We'll see goals, drama, a goal. Just a goal will put this into the extra time. But, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy. 5 center backs now for Gu Games. Trying to secure in the win.
Not opposed to using this type of tactic. I still remember famously last year at the Inter-Club event finals, we were questioning how he was able to get so much attack out of his 5 at the back formation. Obviously a different club, different personnel, different year even in this season's competition, but 5 at the back should shore things up for him. The 14-year-old Jamon, who no doubt has won over hearts all over the world watching this club event finals, will have a tricky time breaking down that defence. Wins the ball back though, 15 minutes to go.
We'll see. Well, but the thing is, like, look how fast the defenders of Go Games goes back and establish a nice position. Well, look at that through ball. Mason Mount. It's Jamon. No rebound for him. He's still on.
Maybe.
No.
Oh, straight out of Nana.
Calma. It says Go Games with his hand. He knows how important it was to save that one. 10 minutes left. Still leading. Still getting closer to win the Manchester United Club event finals and represent Manchester United at the World Finals lately this summer.
It's going the right way for him. He's won the ball back here with Hoyland as well. And everything is going his way.
1-2 extra action, Harry. 1-2.
Now,
no time for more.
Is there a chance for the 14-year-old to try and get things going in his favour here? 2 minutes left, but it is Gu who is offside, so maybe one
long
more.
ball, win the header, and plays on. We'll see.
It has to be now.
He needs to win the header.
Let's see what happens here. Kobe Mainu against Maguire. That's a difficult matchup to win. It will go over the halfway line. Mason Mount's dispossessed, and Gu will feature in back-to-back eFootball Mobile World Finals. He is your Manchester United club event champion.
Huge congratulations, Good Games. He will represent the team into the World Finals in Japan. First Japanese to make it into the mobile platform. Securing the spot there. Good job. Great recovery after having a hard time to go through the final. And with that vendetta over his fellow opponent, the John Jamon, 14 years old, with sadly this competition comes to an end for him. Second position. He has to be really, really proud because he showed everyone he's capable of everything, Harry.
Just an unreal campaign from a 14-year-old to come across the world to qualify to this stage. There you have 2024's grand finalists showing appreciation to each other. All the mobile finalists here at Manchester United have been, I mean, any one of them could have won on any given day. This day, though, belongs to Go Games.
Huge congratulations. He managed so well, Harry, to play from 4 defenders to play 5 defenders when he needed, when he was leading. Understand how to play against 5 centre-backs. And wonderful play. Congratulations. He stopped all the powers that Jamon has during the whole competition into the grand final. He learned from before. So, chapeau, as we say in Spanish, and congratulations for the Go Games.
It was so different. This was the difference maker in the end. The goal that sealed the ticket to Tokyo. It's not a plane ticket. It'll be a Shinkansen ticket, I imagine, a bullet train ticket for him, knowing that he is, of course, a Japanese resident. But that's the difference. It looked like a completely different story. If you remember when we opened the show, it was all one-way traffic in the first half, as you pointed out, Alex, for Jamon. But Gu just seems ready. He came out of the blocks so fast, and by the time I think Jamon kind of noticed, Gu was already in the lead, and then he couldn't steady himself.
Now, we said many times in the club even format, I was like, being so solid the group stage doesn't secure anything at the end of the day. You know, you need to prove it once again to the grand final. Maybe that break for Jamon from his last match till the grand final made him, you know, uncomfortable, getting more nerves.
It was a long time. Yeah, it was a long time.
But the reality at the end of the day is that Go Games has learned enough from game 1 to game 6 to become the champion, and that's the reality in esports. You know, you need to keep learning, having the feedback from the previous game to make you better for the next one. That will make the difference between a champion and not. And good job. He's proving he's coming from everything, and maybe it wasn't a casualty that runner-up at the World Final last year.
Yep, there you go. Rei Noguchi, mobile champion of Manchester United. It's got a nice ring to it.
Sounds
it does
amazing.
indeed. Well, I tell you what, guys, I'm curious to know, because you pointed out that the difference maker for this one was the obvious goal that went in the favour of Gu Games, but potentially it also had to do with Gu learning from that first match that he played against the young Timon. But what is it specifically, do you think, that he changed, that he adapted to his game, that actually allowed him to come out on top in this one?
Especially, he was protecting himself way more in those runs that Jamon prepared from the fullbacks. You know, he was running back with his midfielders just to not to suffer that much from that action, because we saw that in the first match, Jamon was dominating, doing whatever he wanted, no? Especially in that part of the game. From that, probably he was the only one who stopped Jamon during the whole day. No, Rentao didn't find any solution, and it was in the grand final where Gu Games with just a solitary goal was enough to make him as a champion, becoming his champion, and that's the thing, no. I really show the games on eFootball Mobile, just 6 minutes games, being just one game ahead, and probably those details, those tactically maybe putting some marking on some specific players, protecting yourself rather than going for the goal, maybe was the key for Radio.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that's why the goal came so late, didn't it, as well? It came deep into the second half, and also I imagine that's why knowledge and experience and know-how actually can tip the scales, because we are talking about somebody who has played not just at this level, but actually was in the final of the World Finals. And he knows what it takes, whereas for Jamon, who is relatively new to this, or is quite new to this, let's be honest, nonetheless, you have to give him so much credit, though, the fact that he held out for that long.
Indeed.
Even if he wasn't able to find a way back in the last 15 minutes or so of in-game minutes, I mean, nonetheless, I mean, it was quite tight, and it was quite interesting to see how it played out.
Yeah, it was very tight. It was really interesting, but I think in the end, Gu just had the answer. He definitely made the adjustments. He looks really strong this season, and let me tell you, the Manchester United club event campaign it started, the qualification round 1 was back in January, so this has been a fair few months in the making. So congratulations to Gu, enjoy it, rest up for a couple of months before July. You'll be obviously on hometown territory again in Tokyo. Can you go one step further than last year? Runner-up, I mean, it's almost worse than being knocked out and not qualifying for the World Finals, because you're one game away, potentially one goal, one action away from being world champion, and in the end you end up with nothing. So can he go one further? He looks strong. We'll see if he can.
Well, the good news for him is that he seems to have charted his course already, right? He has the prize on the horizon. He knows exactly where to aim, and he certainly has, at least for now, hit that target. We'll see how he fares then whenever he does show up on home soil in July for the World Finals. But for now, we're going to find out who joins him for Consul. And it's been a really interesting day thus far for these two opponents who are about to go to blows with one another, Romy and Guera. Romy obviously was somebody that you'd both spoken about being a potential favourite for today, but Guera obviously being several-time world champion. I imagine both of you are going to tell me that he's probably the one to beat for this one.
My question is, like, can I see the final in the biggest TV possible? Because, like, I mean, I don't want to miss any single action and detail into this grand final.
Well, you have one right here next to you.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Exactly. I mean, what about these two? I mean, experience, knowledge, to be a legend of the game, and once in the game, being in the right spot to be for, I don't know, 4th or 5th time into the World Finals. And Romy, which is that kind of those profiles that need those opportunities, and this opportunity is here. Is there? He's prepared. His formation, his work, hard work at home is done. So it's all about to put it there into the grand final against opponent. That for sure. Beat him will means that you are capable to become world champion one day, for sure.
I think it's a chance for him, isn't it?
As well, by the way.
It was 0-0, I believe.
0-0, right? Sorry. You're right. You're right.
It was so close. I think it's a chance for Romy to really break out of the shadow of other Indonesian top players and into the spotlight if he wins here. Of course, he's already beaten another one of his countrymen on the way to make the club event finals. Can he go one further? I know I always ask the hypothetical. If he does, there's a new star in Indonesia. But he has to get past Guera, and Guera has known bigger and badder than the man he faces here.
True.
Well, I tell you what, a man who is capable of scoring goals so much so that he can make it rain. I mean, the fact that Romy was able to keep him to a goalless draw earlier in the day certainly does speak volumes in and of itself. Well, let's see if he can actually turn the result then in his favor in this grand final for Consol. It's Romy versus Guera.
Well, the respect is shown between these two. We could not split them after 90 minutes in the group stages. Here at the club event finals, it almost seemed destined they would face each other again. Just 1 year separates them in age, but the accolades are heavily favoured on the right-hand side of the stage. Here is Romy from Indonesia, will enter this grand final as the underdog, but has proven he can put up strong performances against some of the very best here today. Alex, it's a pleasure to watch this one with you. I think I join your sentiment. If we could get a big TV,
please,
some footstools, some snacks, we could just sit back and enjoy the entertainment. I hope wherever you're watching this, you have just that, because this will be fascinating. These two, stylistically, do they cancel each other out, or is it just a chess match here? I feel like it's 100%. Maybe the latter.
I think so. I think these two go for those details tactically to make that superiority on the wingers, and from them making uncomfortable his opponent. It is an unbelievable match to watch, and let me say something. They are just one game ahead to be at the World Finals, but the point is, like, it's so difficult to predict any other opportunity to be that close to the World Finals again in the nearly future. So it's like, it's now or never, because being back to the regionals online is not the perfect scenario. So it has to be done now and today. And I mean, looking for what happened on the game between these two in the group stage, I expect that the one who take the lead will have a huge percent to take home the victory and represent Manchester United at the World Finals. And remember this day and as one of the favorite days of your whole life, you know, that you will remember forever.
It's a big, big honor. And you're right, Alex. You don't want to be thrown back into that mosh pit, that shark tank of having to qualify through club events and regionals. There are some real monsters out there that every year, sometimes there's at least one big name that doesn't qualify for the World Finals because of how difficult it is. Who will it be this year? I'm not too sure. Guera will be hoping it's not him. He'll be hoping he can get it done here and now. For Romy,
I don't know.
He wants to play spoiler.
That's it, but what I'm sure 100% is that the winner of this competition will have something to say at the World Finals. Like, these two are really smart. I mean, that's why they are here, no? After a long process to get into these grand finals, it's for a reason, no? So, but yeah, at the end of the day, only one will be the champion here, and we'll see that 5 center-back formation from Romy could make something slightly different, no? That Guera can't control at all. Relax the nerves, no one puts some music on the ears. And we're about to see the formation tactics for this grand final on console. Romy on the left-hand side, Guera on the right side.
This is where you make your money, Alex. You kind of translate these tactics to me because it's always fascinating. You always get it right. I'm interested to see how these two match up against each other.
Guera, what he really tried is to open with the left winger of Alejandro Garnacho, a spot for Bruno Fernandes to join the attack from the left-hand side. And the other side is Romy, as we saw, is waiting his time to build up his play to accumulate the superiority with the fullbacks. So with that being said, let's see what's the activity of Kobe Maino that box-to-box midfielder has a big impact in any of the competitors today, because he's an omnipresent player joining the attack. He has a good skill, good overall stats, double touch. He has one touch pass. He's super good defending, attacking overall. So we'll see. What we saw before, they want to be more clinical into this grand final, will be the one winning 100%. So not many chances expected, but for sure, show and drama. And why not? Extra time, penalties. That will be an epic scenario, you know, but don't predict anything like that. Just enjoy the final.
I would like to see extra time.
I don't think the
and
player would like that
penalties.
scenario, but I think all we, talking about the people at home as well, why not? Why not?
I'm not sure if there are any players in the world that enjoy extra time or penalties.
I mean, there's some
might be
players
a
that
few.
love penalties because they are good at, but at this point you want to fix and win after 90 minutes.
Who can get it done after 90, 120, or those penalty shootout minutes? It is time for our final match of the day. It is about to kick off once, of course, the camera controls, everything is sorted.
Semi-assist for Romy, the cursor, level 1. Already, ladies and gentlemen, to enjoy a superb grand final here at Old Trafford for Manchester United. Guera, Romy, Brazil, Indonesia. It's like a derby nowadays.
We've heard that before.
I mean, internationally, it could be. Here we go, hurry. It's the time.
It's time indeed. For the console grand final, Guera in the away strip, Romy in the home strip.
No way!
And there is danger early on for Guera to contend with. We're in the theatre of dreams. Whose dream will come true? Who will represent the Red Devils at the World Finals in July? Guera or Romy? It has to be one of them. So far, the Brazilian Guera.
Yeah, same story. Going to make that superiority in the right wing. Guera now trying to connect to the center. Coming mind of the cross. Guera doesn't need to show up that much to make the difference in eFootball.
No, he doesn't. We've seen it time and time again, no matter which one of his world titles you choose. He knows when to be patient. Now, though, Romy trying to build early on. He's dispossessed early, though. That will give Guera confidence after... But it was Romy in the first encounter in the group stages that seemed to be the more likely of the two to score for large periods of it. And now Guera, having stopped him early on, can try and come forward with Xerxes. Cleared up the pitch, though.
That's lovely, the way Guera used Garnacho as a lure, just to make larger the defense of Romy and play for the right winger. Now Romy with the chance. Circe with the super cancel, but now the counter. Bruno Fernandes for Guera. And now finally, yes, he's connecting with Garnacho, but the pass wasn't the best. Garnacho was not that accurate to receive that ball. Possession for Romy. We've seen a not really demanding start, but we'll see if now something different could happen between these two. And it's now the chance, or the mistake from Guera. Now the almost mini counter from Romy. Bruno Fernandes! Indonesia leading!
It is that player of the week, Bruno. With the finesse, he was so close to goal, it was almost impossible to miss. But finally we have the first goal between these two. And it is in the grand final. It goes the way of Romy. Lovely finish.
It was a worse situation defensively for Guera, especially with the cursor of the, I think it was Lisandro Martinez. I don't know, he lost the control of the defender. He wasn't able to catch that almost easy ball. And yeah, when you concede those space inside the box, easy job for Romy, which is leading into the grand final.
Well, it took over 100 minutes to split these two. Finally, we have the difference maker. And it is advantage Romy here in the final.
Looking for Rasmus Holland. Nice job for Guera. Giving some breathe and then join the attack to win the header. Sorry, the spot to win the header.
I think the worst thing we could see really from Guera, the one thing we don't want him to do is to rush things here. There's plenty of time on the clock. That's really nice though. Slips as he tries to connect with the input.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Guera need a perfect scenario to attack, which is accumulate a lot of people on the right-hand side, be a 2v1 action, and it takes time. And Romy doesn't need that much. So now, seeing that Romy is leading, when now we see this one. So what I mean, now that Romy is leading, we'll have more calm. I don't know if Guera will keep the patience to build up his play as usually, because it's the only way we have seen from him to create his chances.
Looks like a pause queued up by Guera just to double check everything.
Yeah, the players to join the attack. He's making sure
all the tactics are in
order. The favorite ones are joining the attack. Yeah, we see he's changed a little bit, but nothing much. Set pieces are so important, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if Guera has prepared something special.
It's Guefera's corner.
The rebound is in.
To Delict, Mainu with some nice super cancelling will keep things alive. Far
nice
side,
one for Matraoui.
Nice footwork to Xerxes, who's offside.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Indeed, good patience there from Guera following the corner. We don't want him to rush things here.
It's a unique way of play that he has, no? It's forcing those situations. I mean, you never can doubt about Guera. That's the point. So still a long match to be played. 60 minutes left. It's just have started, so we'll see.
It's definitely a luxury to have when you are trailing, if there are luxuries to have, is that plenty of time remains. No reason to panic just yet. Romy, though, will be over the moon with how he's weathered the storm after scoring the opening goal with the skipper, Bruno Fernandes. Far side now for Guera. He's looked confident. Hoyland sticking a boot in.
Nice signal from Guera, no? Having something new. Great action. Unless with a cross. Putting some extra difficulties to Romy that now is like has turned off his brightness in terms of intensity. So we'll see if that opened the door for Guera to get the equalizer.
It's been all the two-time world champion since
conceding. Guera with a chance.
Bruno,
the back heel pass.
Lovely back heel. Still alive, is it, for Xerxes?
Almost. He needed an extra pass, Harry. Almost perfect. He's now having a hard time, Romy, playing on full blue. Guera having the superiority, looking for Matraoui, his main man to start his build-up play. Offside again. Again, the offside. He was a pretty smart lob pass. Because if he wins that header, it creates like a room for 3 versus 2 action. Really wonderful. When we see the counter target for Romy, because as we see, the stamina of Joshua Zirkzee is going down, so 2 players will remain on top for Romy, and he will just defend with the 3 midfielders plus the 5 center backs. Stamina is really important, especially for Man United, that you have not many options on the bench for sub the 2 strikers, so at least one of them has to be counter targeted, which means he doesn't go to defend. So you will make him have almost full stamina for the whole game.
5 minutes until half-time. They're constantly on top of things, these 2 great competitors, changing sub-tactics and making sure that their players are in fine form.
Nice predict.
Romy wins the ball back. Up to Hoyland, who will hold this one up. Bruno Fernandes, the goal scorer.
To go through.
Xerxes over the top towards Mainu, but there will be one last chance here in
added minutes has been indicated.
the first half. of the grand final. Looks like it will go the way, will it, of Guera?
Yeah, 60 winning the header of Mazraoui. Could be the last one for Guera with the long ball to Rasmus Holland.
Anywhere will do. And into the stands it goes. 45 minutes down, and it is Romy 1, Guera 0 in the console grand final. 45 minutes stand from Romy and the World Finals by the way of Manchester United. What a story that would be.
Yeah, and a different story that could happen. Why not in the second half? For the moment, Romy having the control of the score, not of the game. That we have seen that right after that mistake, forced or no, of Guera was enough to make him score and be leading. But we'll see. Second half, Guera with the kickoff, not winning that header. The clear from Romy, looking for Zigzag with a yes, wins the ball. Casemiro up in the side for Mazraoui. Mazraoui not connecting with Bruno Fernandes. Still open so far this final. And it requires a step up for Guera, the 2-time world champion, if he wants to have a chance to be the Manchester United 2025 club event champion.
Of course, they've switched attacking sides here in the second half. Guera, who needs a goal, attacking the right-hand goal. Romy will come at the left side. That's really nice towards Garnacho, but as you say, just too much power on that. And I think Guera will be hoping he can maintain the spells of possession that he had in the first half. But here comes Romy, near side. Mazraoui, back to Bruno. Casemiro. Back to the skipper, into the feet of Rasmus. Bruno again, this is patient build-up. Casemiro, Xerxes. Back to the Brazilian.
Oh my goodness!
That's lovely! That is fantastic from Romy!
I saw that coming.
How patient can you be? And how perfect can that pass be? And how good can the finish be? That was picture perfect. Amazing.
Romy, such a wonderful play. That pass from Casemiro was simply perfect.
Sublime.
Control, finesse, nothing for Onana. He saw that chance coming. The only choice is ran back with the defender manually, Harry. 2 goals there from Indonesia for Romy, who now keep pushing over the limits of Guera. That now he needs to react. 30 minutes left, Harry. 2 goals down. A massive score for the Brazilian.
Guera needs 2. And let me tell you, when we see the highlight of that goal, I hope we can see the 30 seconds leading up to it, because it was so patient from Romy.
Exactly.
Now Guera into the box and back out of it again with Bruno.
The thing is, like, he's patient because he doesn't join the attack with many players, but he's comfortable with being patient. You know, sometimes you want to say, oh, you need to be more patient. But look at this one, Guera! If he can hit a header and score, will change drastically the atmosphere of this grand final. He needs a goal. He needs to push more. The wrong pass now will be Joro for Romy. Onana with a clear. Ooh, almost deflected. And now the counter for Romy, who needs to make time running faster and faster. He's getting closer to become the champion, but it's not done already. Fault made. Guera will have a long a free kick that from there it's not that bad if he wins the header. But yeah,
time to call on
2 shots by Romy, 2 goals, Harry.
I mean, it's looking like we're on track for yet another success for the nation of Indonesia in eFootball.
Ahmad Diallo, it seems to be 5-4-1 for Romy. He said, like, I don't need two strikers. I'm winning 2 goals up. So it seems to Rasmus Holland be the only one striker now for him. Ahmad Diallo ins, and same for Guifera, that puts Christian Eriksen to make some magic passes or shooting. That will make an impact into the game, Harry. I mean, someone can. It's Guifera, but his time is lower and lower, the chances to him to get on track for the game and for the victory.
I mean, can you believe this is Romy's first major finals in a global competition? Guifera, though!
Almost lucky for Romy.
Away.
I think the goalkeeper saved it with the head or with the back. I don't know. Somehow, Romy survived to the first grand chance for Guifera.
It's come 15 minutes from full time. We need to see a goal really soon as possible from Guifera. Big challenge. And Romy will stay on that full blue mentality, that full defensive, as long as he can. That's a big mistake, Mason Mount. He has so much energy here, Mason Mount. 2v1, as you say. Delict for company. It's Ireland!
Indonesia will pull a player into the World Final. His name is Romy. I mean, unbelievable. The efficiency of Romy in the grand final is simply perfect. Simply perfect. The way he read the game, approached the mistakes, approached his chances overall. Rasmus Holland, 3 for Romy and 0 to Guifera.
I mean, Romy, what can you say? You've played this final perfectly. Guifera still on the charge to get on the score sheet. But the 2v1, if there's a player that you don't want to play a 2v1 against, even though you should and are favoured to score, it's Guifera. You know he'll do whatever he can to put you off. It's almost sometimes more difficult to score those types of scenarios.
Yeah, because you start to overthink around, and I agree with you.
Truly fantastic, and a worthy champion here today.
And 5 minutes left plus added on time for Romy.
Why not
to
get
become
more?
A world finalist representing Manchester United, Harry, in a wonderful way, no? No losses today, just a draw against Guifera in group stage, but overall a major show of how to be playing with Manchester United, no, in this game. It's like I have the feeling he's the one who has read better with the players you have in Manchester United how to play in game, no? This is the way with 5 center backs, but solid, good in attack, smart, wonderful job.
90th minute now in our console final. But let me tell you, we don't need the referee to confirm to us who will be the champion. It has been a complete contrast to when they met in the group stages. They look like 2 completely different players. And the Indonesian has come up trumps yet again in the grand final. Your champion of Manchester United is Romy. He will represent the Red Devils in Tokyo at the World Finals. He will lift the trophy later on. Commiserations, of course, to Guifera. He will try and try again, but the day belongs to one man on console, and it's the man you see right now, Zeus Romy.
Huge congratulations to Romy and the whole community there in Indonesia, having the first representative at the World Finals, and especially to Romy. I know especially personally how important it is to him. No? He's always been not that shiny as he used to be, looking how good he is playing eFootball. And now he will have the opportunity he was looking for at the World Finals. GG Guera. I'm sure we will see him trying in the next couple of competition before the World Finals to be in Tokyo, Japan. But at the end of the day, I think that early goal from Romy, it breaks somehow mentally the plan for Guera. No, playing with one goal down, it doesn't make Guera to be as sharp and to be as confident, as patient as he should be. And at the end of the day, I think it was, look, this is the first one.
Oh.
That missed control from the defender from Guera to match up that situation. I think mentally everything changed from that moment.
I just could not believe. I wouldn't have believed you if you told me before we kicked off the grand final, after seeing these two slug it out for 90 minutes in the group stages, not have a goal to show for it, that this would end 3-0 to either one of these players. I thought it would be way closer, but the adjustments made.
But sometimes, you know, in the finals happen like that. No, Guera just wanted to win, and when you just wanted to win, when you are one goal down, maybe sometimes it's closer the second one if you reach your line of defense rather than the equalizer. And when you are just 2 goals down, you need to go for it. And then the third goal came up with that big mistake. And Romy taking it easy, no? He just was keeping the run, simple pass back, and the right timing, great finishing. Rasmus Holland with a funny celebration, simulating he's injured, I would say, you know? And Rasmus Holland, and same as Fixie, that they have been the MVPs of the whole competition, no? With a lot of goal actions. And the sadness from one side, the emotion, the happiness of the champion. And well-deserved, Romy. See you on the World Finals.
An amazing, worthy champion from both platforms. I think for Manchester United, they've got some really strong players to try and bring the world title back here to Old Trafford.
Well, they certainly can say, at least with Romy. I mean, we've been saying that all day long, but maybe we should actually be calling him by his full name because he's earned the right. Zeus Romy, he is now, at least for today, the god of eFootball. So, you know, very, very worthy of his name indeed. And it certainly has been a brilliant performance in the end. Really swatting away his opponent with relative ease, as you guys said. 3 goals to the good and keeping a clean sheet as well. You really can't ask for much better than that in a grand final. So congratulations to him and to both winners, because they're now going to be representatives of Asia. So it's been a great day for the region of Asia as well. You have Indonesia and Japan. So look at that for mobile and console as well. Brilliant. In the end, this is just another final look and the breakdown for those of you who might be just tuning in now. You can see how things actually played out, starting with the group stage all the way through to the grand final for console and mobile. You can see it was a big 3-0 victory for Zeus Romy, and for Gu Games, he was able to get a little bit of vengeance after falling short in the World Finals last year. So he heads to the World Finals once more. It's a great day, guys.
What a day for the nearly men. Because
when you look at it,
Gu was runner-up of the World Finals last year, and today becomes champion.
Yeah.
You look at Romy, runner-up in the Indonesian National League, becomes champion here today. I mean, it's great for everyone that's ever placed second before, including
always
myself.
Time for redemption. No?
It feels nice to see that redemption, you know? I'm living vicariously through them. I feel good on their behalf. Of course, everyone here is worthy of becoming champion, but it takes that little bit of special grit that these two had today to represent Manchester United, and they got it done.
Yep.
And we're halfway through the season. We've done 3 club events. We still have 3 more to go. What are some of your, let's say, midway points, thoughts, or analysis that you think we can take away from what we've seen so far and what we still have to look forward to?
I would say the best is to come. In terms of level, in terms of participation, I would say this was an amazing in terms of level of the players. I think the best is like being able to mentality prepare the World Finals from now till July. I think there is a long period to have everything ready on your team, on your way of play. I think they should approach it, but overall, feel happy to be here, feel happy to be part of this project, and you know, eFootball is coming with more events, more tournaments, and that end of the season there in Tokyo, Japan will be unbelievable. But I want to know, same as you, Harry, who's going to be the full list of players that will reach Tokyo?
I will say, there is one region that is falling behind, and that is Europe.
Yep.
Because so far we've had, of course, Japan come through, have several now.
3 times, right?
Finalists, yeah. 2 on console, 1 on mobile. We've got Juninho, of course, from Brazil, so South America represented. You've got Morocco, of course, is being represented. Where is Europe? Europe, we've got to step it up, all right? Are we going to see it later on?
We need that.
Yeah,
100%.
we've got a few.
Alex, maybe you should, you know, break out the old console. And,
I'm comfortable wherever I am. That's for sure. But yeah, I feel bad for my countrymates, especially. I think that we have in Spain or across Europe enough talent to get into the World Finals. But yeah, it has to be the next one. No, it has to be in the upcoming club events, if not in the regionals. And then we'll see. But initially, it's clear, you know, Japan, Indonesia, Thailand, and Brazil as well are really, really strong right now.
Yep.
All right, well, look, for now, let's get stuck into the celebrations because the guys really have earned it. So to do so, why don't you follow me over to the main stage where we have the 2 trophies, of course, 1 for mobile, 1 for console, and we've got the Guard of Honor ever so nicely, ever so elegantly prepared here by the other finalists as we announce and bring these guys out onto the stage through the tunnel to collect their main prize. So why don't we go ahead and give it up for the 2 winners of today, Go Games and... So on the count of 3, I want you all to help me give them a really big cheer whenever they lift the trophy, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and lift it. Hoist that thing up in the air. Who doesn't love a bit of confetti? Do we have a microphone somewhere, guys? Harry, Alex, come on down. I don't think they can hear you. Sorry, mate. I don't think the microphone's working. Is it? Okay, great. Go ahead. Repeat yourself.
I think it was a sensational day, journey for all the players, everyone enjoying eFootball across the world. And yeah, huge congratulations, Guzan, Romy. Huge deserve. And yeah, see you at the World Finals.
Hold those thoughts, Harry, because actually I just want to give these 2 an opportunity if they want to say anything. Do I? Yep. All right. All yours, my man.
I just want to say thanks to Allah, thanks to my parents, my wife, thanks to my boss, Putra Sutopo, and thank you so much for SC, for my Kalimantan Selatan. Thank you so much. Thank you for Indonesian supporter. Thank you so much. This one for you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now it's your turn, Harry. Any parting words for us?
I mean, the level we've seen so far this season has been amazing. We have 2 more worthy champions. Guys, congratulations. We'll see you in Tokyo. I can't wait. The World Finals is going to be fantastic. We still have more spots to fill. These 2 have got the job done today, but time is starting to tick now. Time's starting to run out. Those spots are running down quite quickly.
Yeah, because we've got the next 3 in basically a month and a half's time. So, I mean, it is coming up very quickly indeed, isn't it? Well, guys, thank you so very much. As ever, you've shown on our couches for today, but you were brilliant in your analysis, and a big congratulations to the winners and to all of the finalists for making it this far. We hope you enjoyed the day as much as you possibly could. We hope to see you all very soon again as well. Thank you to Konami, thank you to Adrenaline, thank you to everybody who put on this fabulous show, and to all of you at home as well. We hope you enjoyed the day's events, but of course there's only halfway left to go. So do stick around on all of the platforms to find out the latest, and we'll catch up with you soon. Indeed. Till then, take care. Bye.